and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a very hot and sunny hyena den here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I decided I would start my afternoon by coming to have a look if there was anybody home here at Taxon's Road den site. Ribbon is at the other den site, we think, but this one I was hoping we might get a glimpse of Corky and Tima or Heart. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari here this afternoon. Behind the camera is Panda, and unfortunately nobody's home, so we can't stay. We've timed it, we've worked it out very well that we can time it to get here just before we have to start, so that if there's no one here we can leave quickly, and that's exactly what I'm going to have to do, unfortunately. But I did see tracks on the road coming in, so maybe the hyenas are still around. We are very close to where all the drama happened yesterday with the leopards. So we're going to go have a look there if there's anybody there, and then we'll carry on bumbling from there. But it's a lovely hot sunny day. It's probably the hottest day that we've had since before the rain, a good few days ago. And so maybe this means there might be animals around the dams. Who knows? But we would love to hear from you. So please, if you want us to look for something specific, if you've got any questions or comments, send them in. You can find us at #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, pop us an email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. And of course, you can register on the WildEarth website. Head over to the channel page and submit your questions there. Now, we have started with quite a build-up of clouds already. Usually it takes a good few days of sunshine before that starts to happen. But of course the weather has been a bit weird, so we're not sure if we're going to get rain. We don't think so. There hasn't been any predicted, but it's very unpredictable in the bush, so you never know. So on my agenda, first up is going to check the marilla tree. From there I'm going to head back towards Treehouse Dam and then all the way down towards Ribbon's den site and have a look there. But while I start bumbling towards that marula tree, the famous one from yesterday, let's have a look at what our weather is doing for the afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. We are sitting here this afternoon watching a hornbill scrabbling around in this red bush willow in front of us. You can see we've got some nice clear skies and cloudy weather this afternoon, but as the weatherman just said, 29 degrees. My name is Ben, and on camera we've got Mpo, and this afternoon we have no specific plan, if I'm quite honest. We're in the area where Tessa last saw Talumba this morning. We're just having a quick look around on Vubu Road, and then we are going to be making our way down south, checking Treehouse Dam, that sort of area, and then moving into the west, as we did hear rumours that possibly earlier today, somewhere over the western boundary, there were some dogs seen. So on the off chance they do pop this way, I figured that will be a good place to start. So other than that, we're going to take you on a nice chilled afternoon and, to be honest, see what the bush has on offer. I'm not sure if our hornbill is still there, or did he fly away? I think he might have disappeared now. Oh, there he is. Arabella, you've been waiting all afternoon for Wild Earth to start. I'm very glad, so have we. We get very excited about coming out here. As I'm sure you know and regular viewers know, we just don't know what is going to happen next. And it is always an exciting experience. Whether we just see birds, whether we see bugs, whether we see 5 leopards like we did in the last couple of days, it doesn't really matter. It's always exciting and every day is new. Oop, there goes our hornbill. So yes, Arabella, we are with you every step of the way. That was one of our yellow-billed hornbills. Of course, we have many different hornbills here. Red, yellow, grey, and I know JP saw ground hornbills the other day. Paul, thank you for the comment. Yes, leopard luck certainly has been a feature of the last couple of days. I wasn't out this morning, but I know between Kelly and Tessa, they got a couple of leopards this morning as well. So we never know what's going to happen. I hope we haven't used all of our luck in the last 48 hours, but it was an unbelievable 48 hours of activity, certainly. And so if I've learnt the hard way that trying to find Columba is a bit of a challenge, and I think if she wants to be found, she will allow us to find her, I think is probably the easiest way to put it. But that doesn't mean we're going to give up hope at all. I don't think she will have gone far. She'll have a nice fat belly after the exploits the other day. But so I'm not going to hang around in this area the whole afternoon. We're going to just wanted to pop up Mvubu here because we heard some audio of elephants close to camp a little bit earlier, and I thought maybe they've gone in this direction, but we haven't heard anything since. So I'm going to turn back down, go and check Gary Dam, and then slowly start heading south and then west is the plan. But of course, if you guys do have any questions about anything at all whilst we are out here, anything we see, anything we discuss, anything that pops into your head, feel free to send us your questions, any and all, and we will do our absolute best to answer them. And Paul, thank you very much for your comment. We will have an awesome bumble. It is always an awesome bumble. As I said, we don't know what we're going to find. I do enjoy my bugs and my insects. I don't know if anybody saw a couple of days ago, we had our awesome little standoff with a mantis or a mantid and a little bushhopper, type of grasshopper. I have to say, despite all the leopards, that was a bit of a highlight. But yes, thank you, Paul. We will no doubt enjoy. So I think we are going to carry on. Our hornbill has disappeared for now. So I'm going to do a quick check up Mvubu Road, then probably come back down it again just in case these elephants pop out, and then go and check the dam and see what we can find.
I've just arrived at Treehouse Dam. I'm going to go up onto the dam wall. It looks like there's a hippo in the water, and then we're going to have a look and see if there's any fresh tracks, if there's anything else around, and just soak in some of the lovely cloud cover that we've just had come over. The sun makes it nice and cool. There are some impalas around as well, so I'm hoping they'll come down to the dam. Maybe they'll have a drink. And of course, I am ever hopeful for some lovely bird calls while we're here, and already I can hear a woodland kingfisher. So that makes me happy. Beautiful. Hello, big boy. So, it seems like the water's mostly calm. You can see it's nice and smooth. There's a bit of a reflection. You can see the hippo is just poking his ears out to listen to us. But I think we're going to do the exact same thing. Let's have a listen while he's got a bird on his head. 2, 3. And just take it in. So there was a green wood hoopoe that called in the background. And it seems like the oxpeckers may have taken offense to that, so they flew off of his head. But how gorgeous is this day? Look at that reflection in the water. It's unbelievable. Oh, I'm excited. I think this afternoon is going to be fantastic. Already off to a good start. So it seems as though picturesque and peaceful is the theme of this afternoon, especially this first hour. We are sitting on Treehouse Dam Wall, and we are just watching some of the activity and listening to the sounds. So we've got a lot of birds calling around us today, which is fabulous. We have not had birds calling loudly for a while because of the rain. And of course we've got Mr. Hippo, who's popped his head out of the water. He had some oxpeckers on his head just now, and now he seems to have lost them for a bit. They flew off. And we're really just enjoying the tranquility here. Liesel, I agree. The reflections on the water today have been so beautiful already. Even the hippo's ears you can see reflecting. Oh, there's the oxpeckers. So they're taking this opportunity to dip their beaks into the water. You can see they're not feeding, they're drinking while they're on his head. It's a nice steady perch. And they don't have to worry about something like a crocodile jumping up to get them because the hippo's in the way. I wonder if it's the same three from earlier. Very well, it could be. Maybe they've just done a bit of a loop. Cam, animal behavior is going to change a little bit coming into winter, but we're quite lucky where we are. Our winters are considered quite mild. Our summer temperatures get up to about 35 degrees Celsius, so very hot still. The average is probably high 20s though, closer to 30 degrees Celsius. But of course, our nighttime temperatures can drop down to the negatives. I think the coldest I've been in was about -7 degrees Celsius. So it's pretty cold. But what we can expect is because it's our dry season, this is actually the thing that makes animal behavior change leading up and throughout the dry season. And so what this means is our dams are going to dry up. There's going to be no more little puddles. Hello, little blacksmith lapwing on the nest. And of course, this is going to affect animals' movements. Because the bush is also less thick, it dries up. It means that we can see further, but so can the animals. So it's a bit of a tough season for predators trying to hunt because they don't have as much cover, but at the same time, everything is going to be lacking water. So what we can expect, things like leopards, we're going to be seeing hopefully quite a bit more regularly, and that's because they have to travel further to find water. So anything water dependent, hippos, waterbuck, buffaloes, elephants, lions, leopards, wild dogs, hyenas, anything that has to have water pretty much every single day is going to have to travel further to find it, which means we're going to be finding more tracks on the road. The animals are going to be moving a lot more frequently and a lot further distances. So we're going to be able to find more animals around waterholes in particular and more tracks. And of course, we're going to have a higher density of a lot of animals near water. So this is when territories of things like leopards start to overlap a lot more because they're forced to overlap and tolerate each other to find water. So that might result in a sighting like yesterday, although I think that was just a lucky stroke of fate, and I don't think we'll ever see that again. So everything will change. Even the birds, of course, we're going to have a lot of our migratory bird species now at the end of autumn, the end of April, are going to be flying back. So we're going to have less bird calls, less bird activity, and of course, hardly any birds will be nesting. so their behavior is going to change too. Even things like snakes might be less active, tortoises as well. So it really will depend. But winter is my absolute favorite season for many reasons, and I'm sure you can see why. And I'm going to sit here for a few more minutes. I'm going to start thinking of a bird call for our bird call challenge, and I'm going to send you over to Ben, who seems to have found some vultures perched in a tree.
Well, thanks, Tess. I have to say I agree with you. I always look forward to winter. Not only is it not 40-something degrees, which I have to say is a relief at times, whilst the bush doesn't look as beautiful as it could do with the animals having to come down for water, it is a great time to see game, and of course for my own personal interest of astronomy and the stars, winter comes with it. With winter comes clear, cool nights, and of course we have Milky Way season stretching overhead. But we found 3 white-backed vultures. There's this lovely silhouette in this rather sort of gnarled old knobthorn tree by the look of it that Mpo is showing you now. We watched one of them circling and came into land, and then saw another 2 here, which has got us wondering, could there be something here that is attracting them? I mean, 3 vultures does not make a kill site, certainly. But it is relatively warm, and we would expect these big birds, they can weigh up to sort of 5-6 kilograms, still to be potentially riding the thermals. None of them have got full crops, so they haven't been feeding, the crop being that sort of storage pouch in the throat where they gulp food down and then will go somewhere else to sort of digest it in peace, a bit like hamster pouches. And they can actually keep up to about 1 kilogram of food just in their crop. So that's about 1/5 of their body weight they can carry around just in a little pouch in their throat. And if you do see it, you can see this sort of rather rotund bulge in their throat. So yeah, interesting. Why are they here, we wondered. And this is the area that Columba was last seen this morning. So maybe she has been active today, and maybe she found herself something down in the drainage line. So we're definitely going to hang around in this area and see if we can hear any other signs that might suggest that perhaps there's something interesting in this area. But nature's cleanup crew is very, very efficient. These whitebacks are the most common that we see here. Dixon, you're asking why are vultures on the endangered list? Well, that is a very good and a very topical question. Unfortunately, there are many reasons why. It's very difficult to put your finger on just one in particular. Unfortunately, the main reasons are poisoning by humans for various reasons. One, for the traditional medicine market. It is believed by some that because of the vulture's ability to, it seems, just sort of know where there is a carcass, and they just turn up without any foreknowledge of this, that it is believed by some that a vulture's eyes have the power of forethought, and they have been persecuted for the medicinal market in terms of that, believing that you will have the ability to see the future. And of course, unfortunately as well, it is sort of directly linked to rhino poaching, where a lot of poachers have been known to poison carcasses so that vultures that come down to feed on the carcass do not then take off again, and therefore give the position away of where this heinous act has been committed, and help the anti-poaching teams to locate things, giving the poachers more chance to get out. Unfortunately, both of those are very unfortunate. There are others, of course. The other main one is as simple as the same problem that faces the majority of animals out here, and that is habitat loss. As humans continue to spread, and the land given to these wild animals continues to shrink, it becomes harder and harder for these birds to find suitable nesting habits. They are forced to live together in very dense concentrations. That leads to competition. And unfortunately, it's sort of all of these things mixed together. But there are lots of very good initiatives, vulture breeding projects and conservation initiatives to help these species. And certainly we are hopeful that they will continue to, well, we will continue to protect them and hopefully start building up their numbers, because they are such an important part of this ecosystem. If it wasn't for them, there would be an awful lot more flies, an awful lot more disease. Their way of cleaning up all these carcasses which are found out in the wild here, be it through predatory action or natural causes, doesn't really matter. By removing all of that meat quickly, it stops the spread of diseases, it controls fly populations, and a whole host of other benefits, including recycling those nutrients and putting them back into the soil, so that the plants can reuse them and that whole nutrient cycle and cycle of nature can continue. But it is quite a lovely scene. I do like these silhouette shots. When you have a group of vultures together, it's called a wake of vultures. And there is something rather sinister about a group of vultures sitting in a dead tree. Kathy, thank you very much for the question. Do vultures ever eat live prey? Well, they are traditionally thought of as scavengers, and that is how they get the majority of their food. But there are various examples of them catching live food. It doesn't happen often, but it certainly has been recorded. Now, whether or not if there are certain species that are more adept at killing themselves, it's difficult to say, but occasionally, I mean, things like young springboks, even baby warthogs and things have been killed by vultures, but 9 times out of 10 they are scavenging animals rather than hunters themselves. But remember that animals and birds and other organisms out here rarely read the books, and they are quite capable of hunting for themselves, although they choose not to. But thank you for the question, Kathy. It's a good one. It's one of those sort of preconceptions we have about vultures, but in this case it is, the majority of the time at least, it is true that they are scavengers rather than hunters. I was rather hoping perhaps we would see a few more congregating, but it does look as if we've just got the 3. Whether they're settling in for an early evening, I'm not sure. This is a perfectly good tree for them to roost, but vultures do like to sit on these dead trees. Because they're quite a heavy bird, as I mentioned, sort of 5-6 kilograms, it's quite difficult for them to flap their wings from the ground to take off. If you've ever seen vultures at a carcass having to take off, they kind of have to clear a runway and sort of run rather uncoordinatedly and flap their wings until they've got enough speed to hopefully take off. Sometimes they have to abandon it, because especially if they've got full crops and full bellies. But by sitting in these nice dead trees, they're able to pretty much just sort of fall off almost, a bit like Buzz Lightyear, of course, falling with style, spread their wings and let gravity help them gain that lift, and then they can start benefiting from those thermals on a nice warm day like today, that hot air rising off the ground. Sunset Sherry, thank you very much for your comment. You are quite right. They are underappreciated, and they do such a good job for the environment, as I said, and without them, we would certainly notice the difference if they weren't here, and we do take them for granted somewhat, but they're an integral cog, pretty much as everything is out here. There's the ecological niche, as we would call it, that they fulfill, is one that is not fulfilled by that many animals. These scavengers, these decomposers, whatever you want to call them, along with termites and ants and millipedes, they are very, very important. They are that missing link to enable the cycle, that nutrient cycle, to go back to the beginning once again. So yes, we must look after our vultures, as we must do everything out here, but particularly the vultures, because they are very, very vital to our flourishing ecosystems. See one having a little rearrangement there. All right, I think we're going to just hang out here a little bit longer. I haven't heard any further evidence of activity, but I'm rather intrigued to know why these 3 vultures have decided to sit down in this tree. In the meantime, let's go back to Tess. She's still at Treehouse Dam, enjoying the views.
Vultures are one of my favorite indicators in the bush. I'm really impressed that we've found quite a few today. It seems like it's going to be a very lucky day. Now, I'm still sitting at Treehouse Dam. We're just taking in a little bit of the scenery. The hippo has been a little bit more active. His whole back was out the water just now. And of course, we're hearing quite a few different bird calls too. So this for me is one of my favorite spots, especially early in the afternoon, to sit and see what comes down, even if it's different bird species. Maybe the hippo gives us a yawn or a roll in the water. I absolutely love it. There, you can see him coming out a bit more. So this might seem quite strange to think about, but animal remains have been found all over the world. There have been forms of lions and leopards and things like that found almost everywhere. But hippos were actually also found in Europe and the UK at one point. And I thought that was quite interesting because, of course, we have Ben and Kelly here. And my brother lives in Kent in the UK, one of them anyway. And they've even found remains of hippos under Trafalgar Square in the UK, which is one of the most famous areas you can go to. And isn't it strange to think that there used to be hippos roaming around the UK? I think it's absolutely brilliant. It's just one of those random things that you don't really think about, but but animals used to be everywhere. Of course, before everything happened, before continents split up, animals were free roaming across all of Pangaea. And I just found that really interesting and fascinating as a little nod to Ben and Kelly and how fantastic they are and how wonderful they are as friends to me too. So, lovely little hippo fact for the day. So while we are here, while we can hear some grey go-away birds and crested barbets, let's just take in a bit of those reflections, a bit of the scenery, and just prepare ourselves mentally for an amazing afternoon in the bush, because it is going to be one regardless of what happens. Let's take it in. I'm particularly enjoying some of the sounds coming from the water this afternoon. Never mind the scrub robins and things we can hear. But it sounds like there's a lot of bubble popping happening in the water. I think it's a combination of some of the fish moving around and the hippo moving. But I'm a water baby. I love the water sounds. And of course, that very cute reflection of his ears. It looks like two hearts on either side of his face. Or maybe a very long butterfly or fish lips. Our hippo has gone shy. He's put his eyes and his nose back under the water. It is heating up nicely. I think he's trying to warm up by having his back out of the water a bit. And he's only really picking up his nose to breathe and to occasionally look around when he hears a new sound. The rest of the time, mostly just his ears out of the water today. But it's not often that we get to sit at Treehouse Dam where the water is still enough in the last month that you can see his own reflection, the tree reflections, the cloud reflection. Unbelievable. We've had such strange weather that we haven't had much of a chance to have glassy surfaces on the dams, especially Treehouse Dam. It's in quite a windy channel. I'm loving it. Jack's oxpeckers are most certainly the common birds that you would find hanging out on large animals. I have seen other birds hanging around them, so things like fork-tailed drongos we know will follow things like elephants and buffaloes and even herds of impalas, because as they're feeding they disturb insects in the grass. But you'll also find this with things like cattle egrets following herds of buffalo or domestic cattle around, even elephants sometimes. And some of the starling species. Burchell starlings will do it. Sometimes African wattled starlings will do it. But I don't recall seeing other birds physically sitting on top of a large mammal or animal other than oxpeckers. I don't know if Ben has. That would be interesting to find out because it's not something I recall seeing. The animals don't really tolerate other birds, and there's a very specific reason for it. It's because the oxpeckers are a mutual benefit for both of them. The oxpeckers are getting food from the animals are getting a relief of parasites from the oxpeckers, and there's an early warning system when the oxpeckers alarm call for movement and predators. So it's a very beneficial relationship, and as much as other birds will alarm call as well, you know, the animals are not getting as direct of a benefit as parasites being eaten off of their skin, so pest control with other birds. So I certainly can't recall seeing it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll think of it as per usual with my overthinking brain. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll pop up with a sighting where I remember seeing it, and then I'll let you know. But I don't recall seeing other birds physically sitting on larger mammals. But maybe Ben has. He's got quite a bit more experience in the bush than I do, a few more years worth of sightings. Maybe he knows of a sighting. I just recall animals being followed by birds a lot for the insects. I think a lot of birds would be really nervous to sit on them anyway. Oh, I love that sound. Arabella, speaking of sounds, I love your question. How many different birds can I hear at the moment? Let's see, I can hear a woodland kingfisher, which I'm sure you can hear. I can hear a red-billed buffalo weaver, but very faintly. They're not here at the nest like they used to be. Burchell starling. I could hear a green woodhoopoo earlier, but at the moment I can't hear one. So I'm going to count that as a fourth because I heard it earlier. Grey go-away bird I heard earlier. White-browed scrub robin I heard earlier. That's 6. The blacksmith lapwings were calling, but they're not anymore. I don't know if I can count that as a 7th, but they were. There's the grey go-away bird in the background. I can hear yellow-fronted canaries every now and then. That's 8. The oxpeckers, 9. Crested barbet, 10. 10 and counting. That's pretty good so far. I can't hear any other obvious ones at the moment. We're actually in a bit of a quiet patch of calls right now. But earlier on, there were so many calling. Yeah, I'm going to go with 10 for now in the last kind of 3-4 minutes, which is pretty good. That sounds fascinating, my goodness. It sounds like Ben has got a very busy squirrel compared to my blacksmith lapwing sitting on her nest. So we're going to send you over to have a look. I have chosen my bird call, so I hope you're ready for just now. And I'm going to carry on towards Twin Dam so we can do it there.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Tess. Yeah, oxpeckers is generally what we do find on the large animals. Every now and again you'll find something a little bit more unusual. I know sometimes in the Kruger on the back of hippos we get sort of herons and things hitching a ride, and storks and some egrets. But I don't think I've seen anything more unusual than that. So we had this beautiful little, looks like a juvenile, what they now call a Smith's bush squirrel, flitting around in this quarry. You can just see his tail at the bottom of the screen there. And again the tail, using it for balance. And he's been eating the little berries that this magic quarry is producing. But he was sitting so nicely over the water just now. You can see a little bit of him there. You can just see him nibbling away. Just an update on those vultures. I did go and have a closer look to see if there was anything of interest in that area. And I actually did flush a couple of other vultures when I went to go and have a look, but I couldn't find anything offending in there. But it was the area that we left to lumber this morning. So we're now sitting next to the dam, the Gary Dam, just on the off chance that someone comes for a drink. But I see we've got some inyalas in the distance and some impalas as well, and everybody looks rather relaxed. So might be something to keep an eye out. Maybe Dam can pick something up perhaps once it starts to cool off. But yeah, the squirrel, it seems, does not want to play ball anymore. But that's a shame. But very, very pretty. Of course, this magic guarri, we've got quite a lot of them in this area. It's quite salty soils, and they are what are considered to be halophytes, which means they like salty soils. We do have quite a lot of salt in this area, thanks to the granite bedrock that we have here is quite rich in sodium. But it seems we're on a bit of a birding kick this morning. I think Tess has got herself another bird who's found something to eat. So let's quickly send you across so you can see what's happening there at Treehouse Dam.
We are definitely on a birding kick. In fact, Panda spotted this lovely red-billed hornbill, and it's busy trying to get a kill into its mouth. It's getting there. See, it's trying to reposition the kill, and it's been scraping it against the ground to try and streamline the wings. The wings ended up popping out sideways, and it couldn't get it down its throat. So it keeps watching to see if there's anything else coming and dropping it and then trying to reposition it. What it wants ultimately is to get it down head first, because if it goes the other way, the wings are going to come out and get stuck again. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is that this little hornbill has caught. To me, it looks like it's part of the true bug family. So things like a frog hopper, for example. It looks like it might be something like even maybe a greenwing or a cicada, but a very green cicada, but not the usual green. So to me it looks more something like a greenwing, which is a very apt name. It's having a really tough time. I'm not sure if it's just trying to have fun and practicing its skills. Maybe it's a young one. Or if it's seriously just struggling to get it down. So what's really exciting is we're on a birding kick to learn more for ourselves, but of course for Panda as well. It's a fantastic way for him to learn the new birds, is to ask what every single one is. Now you can see it's cleaning its beak, trying to get the rest down. You can see it's struggling there. Watch it swallowing. You could see its neck moving. A very typical hornbill motion to try and throw the head back to give some momentum to the kill. Now it's going to be searching through the debris on the road, trying to uncover beetles. On to the next kill, let's go. It seems to be searching very hard for some fresh insect. Now, I just love the way that hornbills move, the way that they hop around on the floor. And this is, of course, why the hornbill has adapted such a long beak, for hopping around on the floor and searching through elephant dung, long grass, debris, to find any insects at all. Ah, and there it goes. Well spotted, Panda. That was very entertaining. I think I'm going to come to a conclusion that that insect that it was eating was some form of a greenwing. It looks the shape of a cicada, but the difference is it's not a dark green, it's a very light green, and the wings are a little bit more colourful than cicadas often have very clear wings. But I could stand to correction there. I am seeing it from a distance and not a close-up. But that was fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody. That was great.
Well, we're sitting here by Gary Dam, enjoying what is turning out to be a lovely, quiet afternoon at the moment. People doing a spot of birding, enjoying a squirrel, hopping about in some of the trees close by, and we've just got a little glimpse of this terrapin on the far side of the dam. He's obviously just enjoying a little bit of sunlight in the late afternoon, trying to warm up, of course being cold-blooded. Difficult to tell you from this distance, I'm afraid, which species it is. We do have two species here. I'm honestly not 100% sure whether they've changed the names recently, but we get marsh terrapins and what used to be a serrated hinged terrapin. I have a feeling we might have changed the name now to a river terrapin. That would be my guess, just on the basis that the marsh terrapin is usually a little bit flatter, and the other species is more commonly found in these permanent water holes, as opposed to more nomadic, which is the marsh terrapin is known to be. But also very important for the ecosystem, and they have a wonderful relationship with larger mammals that come down to drink at the water, because they are carnivorous, as opposed to a tortoise, of course, which is herbivorous in nature. But yeah, we're going to sit and enjoy this view for a little while longer. Some Natal spurfowls calling in the background. A grey-headed bushshrike far off in the distance. And there's our little squirrel. we just got another glimpse of our squirrel, but he's come so close to the car that poor old Mpo is unable to even focus on him now. He's almost gone under our tyres, I think. But it's always wonderful to watch these little guys scamper around, very entertaining. But whilst you were gone, we were actually taking a look at a terrapin that we found sunning itself on the far bank. Just debating which species it is. So there are two commonly found ones. What used to be known as the serrated hinged terrapin, which I think now is the river terrapin, and the marsh terrapin. I think it's probably the former of those two. But should something big come down to drink, perhaps a buffalo, a duggerboy, or maybe even a herd of buffaloes, or any other large herbivore that comes down to sort of wallow in the shallows here, you'll see a lot of terrapins will flock towards that animal because they are carnivorous and they do eat little arthropods and things, and often in the chest area. That's where a lot of larger herbivores like buffalo pick up the ticks as they're walking through the grass. So we often talk about those relationships with oxpeckers and animals that I think Tessa was mentioning a little bit earlier. Oh, is that another one climbing up? That's going to be a bit of a push and a shove for access to that little stone or that little log in the water there. But these guys also have their own symbiotic relationship where they will come and clean animals that come down for a drink. So there are so many different cogs in nature. Fascinating to watch. A couple more there on the bank as well. I don't know what we call a group of terrapins. There are collective nouns for all sorts of things out there. Some of them quite amusing, some of them quite common. I'm sure you know a dazzle of zebra. Of course, we've got a stretch and a journey of giraffe. I've even heard a kaleidoscope of giraffe as well. A murder of crows you get. An ugly of walrus always struck me as a rather unfair one. Right, walruses are not the most attractive animals in the world, but still, to call them an ugly, I think, was a little bit harsh. And then a rather strange one of an implausibility of wildebeest that I heard somewhere as well. I assume that stems from the migration and the implausible amount of wildebeest in one place. But if any of you guys do know what a group of terrapins is called, feel free to send your suggestions through, or maybe we can come up with our own. Not sure what that one is doing right at the back there. Snuffling around in the shallows. Terrapins also do have a good defense mechanism against any predators that do want to eat them. I don't know if anyone's ever had the misfortune to pick up a terrapin, but they absolutely stink. They've got glands on their body that give off these horrible secretions, which is designed, to do exactly that, to make you put them down again. Particularly if a predator puts that in their mouth and they get a taste and a whiff of that. Remember that smell and taste, of course, are very closely connected. More often than not, that predator will release the terrapin quite quickly. In fact, I remember one sighting with a young male leopard who was obviously still learning his trade. He thought he was very clever, and he found a terrapin and he picked it up in his mouth, and he was walking along the drainage line with this terrapin in his mouth, and all of a sudden he stopped, and you can almost see the realization in his eyes that something had gone horribly wrong with this plan. And he sort of dropped it and glared at it rather magnanimously and sort of chopped on his lips and spat a little bit and left that terrapin well alone. It is a rather unpleasant smell, and if you get it on your hands, you have to wash your hands quite a few times to get rid of it. A very effective defense mechanism. But yeah, we were just sitting here by the dam hoping that perhaps if we saw any activity or heard anything about why these vultures might have been present. Actually, I meant to tell you before, it's a shame we missed it. Not only were there in the end about 5 whiteback vultures here, but I also got a quick glimpse of a white-headed vulture, which is a bird that we don't see very often out here. A bit bigger than the classic whiteback, more similar to the lappet-faced vulture that you might be familiar with, having a sort of whitish, pinkish head and this lovely sort of two-tone beak, much stronger beak than the white-backed, designed for sort of opening carcasses rather than feeding on the scraps. But way in the distance, a little bit far for us to frame, we do have some Inyala, and we saw some Impala earlier. We had a little family of warthogs, and everybody seems to be very relaxed. So I think we're going to carry on our search and head a little bit further south, and maybe we'll pop back here a little bit later this afternoon when things start to cool off, and perhaps there is a reason for these vultures in this area. Let's wait and see. Yeah, but after all the leopard activity that we've had over the last couple of days, I mean, the way it's going, I wouldn't be surprised if something was to pop out. Of course, we don't know what Columba did with her cubs. Perhaps they're somewhere in this area. Kelly, asking what the main predator of a terrapin is. Well, thankfully they don't have very many because of that rather effective defense mechanism. The simple answer is I'm not 100% sure, but if I were to hazard an educated guess, I would think it would be sort of young crocodiles. We do obviously get quite a few crocs inhabiting these water bodies out here in the Lowveld. And whilst, of course, a lot of people associate these massive crocodiles with the migration, taking wildebeest and zebras, they're crossing the rivers, younger crocodiles are not able to take such big prey. And you'll find that certainly baby crocodiles, up to about 1 meter in length, their main diet is pretty much sort of arthropods, frogs and things, and as they get a little bit older, they'll start taking fish. So I would think that their main predator is likely to be crocodiles. I'm sure there are some birds that, well, I say I'm sure, I've never heard of birds taking terrapins. I've just got some tracks here, just want to check if we haven't got any evidence of Columba who was in this area this morning. Got some mongoose, yes, what's that? That looks like, that's a male leopard track. I don't know, Paul, if we are going to be too close for that. Let me just see if I can find you a better one. Are you able to get that one down there? Let me just hop out and see if I can circle it for you. Sorry viewers, I think you might have lost me there at some point. I was probably rambling on about something no doubt fascinating. I'm not sure at what point you lost us, but we have just found what look to be male leopard tracks on Gowrie Cut Line, mobile south away from Gowrie Dam itself, which might have something to do with those vultures that I saw a little bit earlier. So I've just got to the junction now with Central Road going this way and Gowrie Cut Line carrying on south, and you've caught me out of the car just trying to establish if I can see which direction the tracks have gone. It is a slow process tracking like this, but of course we need to take our time and double check which direction this animal went so that we can head in the right direction. Otherwise we're not going to find anything. The last tracks we had were probably a couple of 100 meters up the road, and it's always a good idea to stop at a junction and just double check and see if we can establish which way this animal then went. So we think it's a male based on the size. There is quite a big size difference between male and females. And this certainly looked like a male. And I know, of course, if this is Mawati, because I think he was also seen in the area, I believe he might have been seen on the dam cam at some point last night. I know he's fairly elusive, particularly during the daytime. But there is no harm looking. I don't see anything going down Gowrie Cut Line. I think our best bet is to head along Central and see if we can pick anything up perhaps towards the Mawati itself. Ah, what have we got here? No, I think that's a hyena. Right. Okay, so we're going to head along Central and see where these tracks lead us. And who knows, maybe this leopard luck continues. And as Tess put it this morning, it is Catterday after all. So let's see what we can find. Thanks, Paul. So you had to follow me on my little ramble there. Okay, let's take a little bumble along Central. We've got this lovely drainage line on our right, which is obviously a perfect place for a leopard to spend the day with all these beautiful big trees. A couple of magnificent jackalberries along here. If we're really lucky, maybe he's decided to use these branches as shelter for the day. Certainly, if I was a leopard, I wouldn't say no to a couple of these trees. But yeah, this is where we start sort of trying to put all the pieces together. Obviously, a lot of the time we have to sort of make inferences and have educated guesses. But yes, possibly that has something to do with those vultures that we saw earlier. What's that down there? Boy, I can't quite see. You're higher. Is that Inyala down there? I don't know if you're able to see those. Look at that beautiful jackalberry on the right of picture as well. That was where I was perhaps hoping that we might find a leopard lounging in one of those branches. Shame I'm asking a lot of Paul here, but somewhere in that grass, have they moved? Ah, they're playing hide and seek, and we are losing miserably. There were some female Inyala down there. I'm not sure if you can see them. I'm struggling to see them on my little screen. Oh yes, there's one. I see the ears, and you can just see a couple of those white stripes. But the fact that we've got some relaxed Inyala down there suggests there's no leopard in the immediate vicinity. But it's nice to know we've got a couple of early warning systems. Nyalas like kudus will bark almost like quite a large dog if they see any signs of danger.
Good afternoon everyone and welcome to Ngala. We are currently with one of the Birmingham Breakaway Pride young lionesses, and you'll notice in a bit she's going to open her mouth and actually start breathing quite heavily. They killed a buffalo probably last night sometime. So I think the rest of the lions, actually some of the males, would be here somewhere. We're just going to stay with her a little bit and then move in. My name is Rowan. I'll be your guide this afternoon. Behind the camera I've got Morgan joining us. And yeah, quite an interesting afternoon so far already. We spent a bit of time with wild dogs. Sadly no signal there, so we'll wait for them to move. So we thought let's come down into the south. Big yawn. See what these lions are up to, and then yeah, if there's anything interesting here, might stay for a bit, otherwise go up to the central parts again and see if the white male and the rest of Birmingham Pride has moved around. Shame. I think this lioness probably just left the carcass, found somewhere to drink a bit of water, and then she was actually on her way back. But yeah, this shady spot and the big tummy just dragged her down. Now it's just a couple of flies irritating her. Oh, there's a bit of a burp there while she was cleaning herself. And also a good looking lioness. What's interesting though is that the white lioness and her sister, they were also here this morning, so they were with the Breakaway Pride. Here we go. Come girl, lead us straight back to the carcass. You can actually hear her breathing when she's moving away. Matthew, thank you for welcoming us. We've been around for the last 4 days. We've just been struggling a little bit with signal and stuff, but it's nice to join the show in the afternoon. Okay, let's start following. Luckily she already made a poo, so we don't have to fear about driving through that at all. See, she's using quite a well-worn game path already, so not new to the area at all. It's not her first time that she is here. Actually, the Breakaway Pride's been spending quite a bit of time around this area, especially the 5 younger sub-adult males, which I hope is still on the carcass or around the carcass. I don't think they would have moved too far today with the sun being out and it being quite hot. She's clever. She goes from shade to shade to shade. Something we should do.
So I have just arrived at Twin Dams. I did a loop around here actually because there was a massive elephant bull that came down to the water's edge, dipped his trunk into the water and promptly disappeared south over Gravi Main. So we followed him as far as we could see him, but unfortunately he wasn't in the mood to be on camera today. But that's all right. This is giving me a great opportunity to sit and listen. With the drainage line close by, I have seen a tawny eagle in the area. It was next to the dam earlier and then flew off. I'm hearing and I'm picking up that there's a lot of alarm calling from squirrels. Not just 1, but 2 or 3. And very likely from the tawny eagle. So I'm just listening to make sure that it's coming from the right direction. Otherwise I might have to go and investigate. But we figured it's a good time for us to sit at the dam, take in some of the sounds, and so before I do the bird call challenge, let's have a proper listen in case we do hear anything interesting. I'm not sure if we'll get it, but we've just seen monitor lizards swimming up and down. Have a look at that. There were two. It's now coming back to the wall, so we won't get it at the wall. But there were two. And they kind of swam out and then swam back in again. Wow, that happened quickly. Well captured, Panda. That was so fast. You can hear the squirrel very clearly now. Now it is coming from the correct area for the tawny eagle. I can see just a vague silhouette of the tawny eagle, but very far in the distance. Earth lover, thank you. We appreciate it. It is a very calm and peaceful drive today. And to me, this is one of the best things that you can do. Just kind of drive around calmly, relax, enjoy everything around you, immerse yourself, and good things will happen. Panda is on a spotting mission. He is impressing me today. Spotted a terrapin in the water, and I've just spotted a tawny eagle in the tree far in the distance. I don't know if you can, it's very into the sun, but let's see if we can get it. It might be the same tawny eagle from the pair that I saw here the other day that gave me an indication that there might be a kill in the area. Now we're very close to the area where Kelly also said she smelled something bad this morning. Something was very pungent, very strong. And we've seen a lot of birds of prey, so maybe there's something around. I know it's very backlit thanks to the position of the sun, but that's quite a large eagle. And in my knowledge from when it was sitting at the dam before it took off, it looks like a darker tawny eagle. And I think that's why that squirrel was alarm calling. Bird of prey is not a good sign for a squirrel. And speaking of alarm calling, speaking of the sounds around us, I think it is a pretty good time for us to do the bird call challenge. So we'll focus on the dam, take in some of the scenery, and do a lovely quiz. If you don't know how it works, please get involved. I'd love to hear from you. I will play you the bird call. I've chosen a very interesting one today. I think we're going to get some fascinating answers. And what we do is I'll play the call. You can tell me what you think it is, whether it's a specific family or species, or maybe it just reminds you of a pterodactyl in estrus. Whatever it is, let me know. I'm excited to hear it. And then I'll show you, once we have some answers, what it looks like in the book. And I'll play the call again. All right, let's get ready for this call. To me, it does sound a little bit like a pterodactyl in estrus, but let's see what we can do with it. Here comes the call. Are you ready? It's a very strange call today. I'm very excited to hear what everybody thinks of it. I think it's probably one of my favorites because it's so different. It sounds, to me, like a pterodactyl dinosaur in heat, if I could picture that. I mean, obviously I don't know what they sounded like, but that's what I picture. So, I'm looking forward to receiving some of those answers. I'll be sitting here at the dam taking in the scenery until then. We've just had quite a pickup in the different bird calls. Everything from woodland kingfishers down to the different doves. So let's have a listen. It seems like everybody wants to be at twin dams this afternoon, not Treehouse Dam. There's some kingfishers diving every now and then. I'm just loving it. It's as though every Birchall starling on the property is here and having a conversation at the same time. Oh, I just love the colourful birds today. Especially with this light. Makes them extra bright. Woodland kingfishers and Birchall starlings seems to be the way to go today. I'm wondering what message the Birchall starlings got today that I didn't. I mean, I arrived at the party by accident, so I'm kind of crashing the party, but they definitely all got an invite to be at Twin Dams today. I can't see many. In fact, at the moment, I can't see any at all. But I can hear them everywhere, all chatting at once. Now, what's interesting, we found leopard tracks on Weaver's Nest, and I know Kelly drove Weaver's Nest this morning. There were leopard tracks on top of vehicle tracks coming south towards Gowrie, Main, but it looks like they crossed. So every time I hear alarm calling here, I'm checking to see what it is, but I really do think it's just the tawny eagle at this point. But I am going to go past the Mulawati drainage line just now. And I'm going to go towards Ribbonsden site. And we'll see what happens. I'm thinking of doing the fire break as well, just in case that leopard has crossed back up and I missed the tracks. Like we discussed this morning, it's quite easy to do at the best of times. Imagine if you could safely sleep at a dam overnight, to be able to see with infrared what comes and goes. Similar to the dam camp, it's some form of inconspicuous safe platform. That would be wonderful. You can hear another vehicle in the area. It's just gone past on Gowrie Main, but don't worry, we don't have to go anywhere. Safari lover, does it have to be specific to South Africa or can it be global? I would say in South Africa, the animal I have always wanted to see is a toss-up between an aardvark and an aardwolf and a brown hyena. I've never seen those three. I've seen most of the other species, but I've never seen those three. If we're thinking global, an animal I've always wanted to see in the wild, it's a toss-up between a tiger, a snow leopard, and a gorilla in the wild. Those would be my top three of local and international. But I wouldn't know which one would come first on the list. Probably a snow leopard overall in terms of international, and probably maybe an aardwolf for South Africa. But it's a tough one because every time I think of it, I think of new ones I haven't seen and still want to. We've got a spider hunting wasp on this branch right in front of us that I've just noticed. It's right on the tip. It seems to be looking for something. And it's moving up and down the branch slowly. Ah, there it goes. Landed quite a bit further away, unfortunately, but that rings a bell. Pompilids in my brain. Pompilidae, black wasps with blue wings. A spider hunting wasp. Oh, and we've got an interesting interaction happening with the terrapin and the whirligig beetles in the water too. It seems as though the terrapin is trying to swim its way through a crowd of whirligigs, and they're not taking it very well. So the whirligigs are the little beetles you can see. It's an aquatic beetle that sits on the top of the water, especially in the adult stage. And they kind of whirl around each other in circles. And then when something like a terrapin comes along, they explode like fireworks in every direction. But I love those beetles. Now the terrapin is disappearing, but the beetles are still whirring across the top of the water, like little boats chasing each other around. I love it. I think what I might do is quickly go and have a look at Ribbon's den site. I couldn't even say ribbon there. Wow, my brain must be asleep. I'm going to go and have a look at Ribbon's den site and just see if anybody's home, especially since there was no one at that carcass area where we had the leopards yesterday. Not even a piece of carcass left. The hyenas got it all. So I'm going to go and check if Ribbon might be coming down towards her den site, considering it's so hot and it's going to start cooling down. Oh, Ben is checking off his wish list, it seems. I'm going to send you over to him to have a look at the elephant that he's found.
Well, wish you, excuse me, wish you all the best there at Ribbon's Den, Tessa. Just a little update from this side. We were following what we think were Mwati's tracks. Turns out he'd gone up Gary Cutline, and it looks like he might have crossed into Buffelshoek. Then we got a report from Mel, thank you very much, Mel, of some elephants at Gary Dam. So we quickly turned tail, came back down, and it looks like we've just caught the tail end of them. We've just got one female in the road in front of us, but she's a little bit on the grumpy side, so we're just giving her plenty of space and letting her settle for a little bit, and then hopefully we'll see if we can't find the rest of them. But yes, as we came around the corner, we disturbed her in the road and she gave us a little bit of a head flap. And you can see she's making her way down into the drainage line now. Obviously the last thing we want to do is upset these animals. We don't want to show you unnatural behaviour. We want to show you what the elephants would be doing whether we were here or not. So I'm just going to give her plenty of space to settle down. I think she's the tail marker. But you can see she looks a bit stressed. I don't know if you can see from there. You can see the temporal secretions coming out of the side of her head. She's sniffing. I don't know if she's maybe lost the rest of the herd somewhere, although highly unlikely that she would do. but she's definitely showing some form of emotion with that temporal gland streaming. Of course, we more normally associate that with males in must, what's called temperin. But females also do secrete from those glands. We're not 100% sure why specifically, but the way it was described to me, which I've always rather liked, is that it shows a heightened state of emotion. So they could be very excited, very sad, very angry, but some form of emotion being portrayed and given away by that secretion. But she seems to have settled now. She is feeding. I'm sure these are the elephants we heard from camp this afternoon. We did go and check Galago Pan to see if perhaps they'd been there, but they were obviously hiding in the bushes somewhere. Angie wants to know if male or female elephants are more aggressive. Well, that's a very good question, and as always out here, it's rather difficult to give you a straight answer. Males, if they're not in must, which is that sort of testosterone overdose that they go into when it's mating season, where their testosterone levels can rise by a good sort of 200%, one has to be very respectful of an elephant bull in must, because, well, he is on a testosterone overdose basically, so he is potentially more aggressive because of the hormones flowing through his body. However, one must always be very respectful of the females. Any mother with babies, one has to be careful with. And a matriarch will always protect her babies and her family over everything else. So I'm not sure whether this is the matriarch. She would normally be at the head of the herd, and I'm sure this one is at the back of the herd. But yes, she was not very happy when we came around the corner. She did that thing that elephants have a tendency to do, which is stand in the road and lift their foot and sort of dangle their foot like this, which is almost them processing, what am I going to do, how am I going to react? And then we got a head flap, and then she stood sort of side onto us and glared at us out of the corner of her eye, which I took to be very much a sign of let's just keep our distance. So yeah, elephant bulls that aren't... Oh, well, there's an image for you guys. Elephant bulls that aren't in must are generally pretty docile, and herds, one has to be a bit more careful, particularly of females with youngsters. But yeah, thank you for the question, but always, regardless, always be respectful of an elephant. It is such an enormous, powerful animal. Yes, they're gentle giants, and they're highly emotive, intelligent beings, but they are very, very strong. Thank you for the question, Hayley. You see her looking at us out the back of her eyeballs there. Hayley, you want to know if elephants ever lie down? Yes, they do, although it doesn't happen all that often. Youngsters, they do have a tendency to lie down. They get tired. The herd is always on the move. And so they will take the opportunity to rest occasionally. But adults do lie down as well from time to time. Not for long periods, not like you and I will go and lie down in bed or crash on the sofa for a few hours and watch a nice movie. But they will take the opportunity every now and again. Often what they'll do, the bigger elephants, because it is quite an effort to stand up again once you lie down, particularly for the bulls if you're weighing 5, 6, 7 tons, that is quite a lot of muscle power that you need. So what they'll often do is lie up against something. They'll lean up against a tree, but often I have seen them lying before sort of on the side of a termite mound. So they're sort of propped up by something. It just makes getting up quickly, if required, a lot more simple. And I have to say, on 1 or 2 occasions, I have seen entire herds lying down. I remember the first time I saw it was in the Sabi Sands, many years ago now, back in sort of around about 2010, 2011. We were just on a game drive at one of the lodges I used to work at down in the south, and we came around the corner, and if I'm honest, I thought we'd stumbled across a horrific poaching scene, because there must have been 10 or 15 elephants all lying flat, motionless in the grass, and I had that sort of, oh my goodness moment, what am I going to say to my guests about this? And then we realised that sort of 1 or 2 of them looked round at us, and slowly but surely the entire herd started to pick themselves up, and they carried on around their merry way. The little ones weren't too keen, and It's quite funny, you see mum just sort of nudging them with their trunks or giving them a little push with the foot to get them up and moving. But yeah, the entire herd decided to lie down and have a bit of a, I wouldn't say a cat nap, a bit of a jumbo nap during the daytime. Let me just see if I can reposition slightly. But I'm not going to approach her. She's in the drainage line there. And so we won't have very much room to maneuver if we have to. And so she's given me a couple of suggestions that she's not too impressed by our presence at the moment. Let's see if we can get a nice view of her now. Well, we have an elephant's bottom for you. You can just see the tail swinging around, dealing with any flies. And you might be able to see those very, very long hairs right on the tip of the tail. If she stops swishing so wildly there. Those hairs are very, very thick. I'm trying to equate them to something, but probably about a good 3 millimeters at least in diameter. And they've been used traditionally to make bracelets and things to raise awareness in conservation for elephants, which of course are becoming a threatened species these days. But yes, we did have a big herd somewhere in this area. We've just got this little view of this female's backside as she's disappearing around a tree at the moment. But we are going to see if we can't locate a few more as we go this afternoon. These are my first elephants that I've seen in Djuma for a while. Even if we can only see the back quarter of one, we will certainly take it and be happy. Oh, there we go. Amazing how well they are camouflaged. They just disappear behind a few leaves like that. It's amazing that such an enormous animal can just disappear. Just see the ears twitching there, flapping, and the tail still going.
I am adventuring, taking everything in, and it's quite exciting. After the rain we had to close some of the roads, we closed the off-roading because of course we don't want to add any damage, we don't want to be unsafe. And we are now starting to test the roads again, and the good news is that 2 of the roads that I've driven are now completely bone dry. This is fantastic news. So I have done Elephant Carcass. I'm now going towards back to Treehouse Dam because this is where that smell was. I'm going to do a little loop and back towards Ingwe Alley looking for the hyenas. But I believe there were some answers for the bird call challenge, so as soon as I get to the dam wall I will go through them. I'm excited. There's been a lot of hyena tracks on the roads here, and bear in mind this is kind of the thoroughfare from the den sites to the area. Are we going to give the lens a wipe? No problem. This is the kind of thoroughfare for the hyenas from the den sites to where the sighting was last night and yesterday with the 5 leopards, and that was up on that side. I'll quickly stop here at the dam. We can do the results of the bird call challenge and then we can wipe the lens for you. All right. Beautiful. So as soon as we have gotten everything sorted, then I'll do the bird call challenge results with you, and then we'll see how it goes from there. I believe there were some interesting answers. I'm excited to hear it. But so far it seems like we've got Mr. Hippo still here. I believe I'm out of sync. I'm sorry everybody, we're having some tech issues. But that's okay. All right, let me do the results of the bird call challenge. So it sounds like we had 3 pretty interesting answers. The first one was from Della, a chicken trying to avoid the cooker. I absolutely love that answer, Della. Thank you so much for sending that in. That may have made my day. I think that beats my pterodactyl and estrus. Paul sounds a little bit like an African fish eagle towards the end of the call. Now, I agree with you. It starts off quite mechanical almost, like gears grinding, and then it changed over to that very kind of squeaky eagle call at the end. But unfortunately, Della and Paul, not correct. The one that it is picky, as usual. On top of the game, it is a lappet-faced vulture. You were on the money for that. And I will quickly show you what it looks like in the book. It is quite an unusual looking vulture, and I figured I got my inspiration from Ben because he found those vultures in the tree. A lappet-faced vulture I love seeing, but we don't often see this vulture. It's one of the rarer ones to have in the area, and so I figured it would be a good one to show you. So well done, Picky, as usual, on the money. Absolutely brilliant. So I will play the call for you again very soon. But before I do, we'll take another look at the hippo and the dam. And then I'll play the call for you and we can go from there. But thank you very much for sending those answers in. A chicken escaping the cooker is probably my favorite answer I've gotten so far from any of the bird call challenges. So here's the call again, in case you have not heard it or you want to just solidify it in your mind. Very unusual call. So that little squeaky part at the end does sound quite similar to a water thickney or maybe a mix between that and an African fish eagle. Oh, what a lovely peaceful day. So I'm not going to spend too much time here because I want to go and check through the drainage line back towards Ingwe Alley for that strange smell Kelly had this morning. But while I head off in that direction, I'm going to send you from one very large animal to another, and it seems like multiple, because Ben hasn't just found one elephant, he has found a whole herd. Let's go have a look. Go ahead.
Sounds like your bird call quiz was a success, Tessa. Thank you for that again. Well, we have just given great thanks to Mel in FC, as she did tip us off that there were quite a few elephants in the area of Gowrie Dam. We did have a good giggle that I think she described it as gazillions, and we only found one. But we've let her off the hook now, as we seem to have bumped into the rest of the herd a little bit further north. We're on Mvubu Road at the moment. And we've actually got a good-sized herd here. There's probably a good 20 individuals that we've counted so far, and somewhere in the mix we've got a little tiny baby in there as well, but we've lost it in the grass for now. But this is my first proper elephant sighting over the last few days. So we're going to sit here and enjoy this. I just love watching elephants. They're always doing something. They're such fun to watch. Watch some of these interactions between the family groups. See the slow rhythmical flapping of those ears. He it is quite a warm day. It was in the sort of very high 20s to low 30s during the day. So it's flapping those ears with those very thin skin to help cool the blood. Momo, that is a deep and loaded question. I like it. How much more can we learn from elephants? I think we can learn a huge amount from elephants, and I really don't think we understand them anywhere near as much as we think we do. The way that they run their societies, the way that they interact with each other, the way they communicate with each other, the way they respect each other, their environment, their ability to self-medicate. I can't answer that question except that I'm sure the answer is an awful lot. I think of all the animals out here, they are the most satisfying to watch in some way. We do tend to, or maybe we don't, I certainly tend to have an affinity towards elephants. They just, I don't know, they seem to understand the world in which they live in a way far better than we do. They're very respectful of their surroundings. I know a lot of people say that, we've got too many elephants and they cause lots of damage, but there's been much research done to show that, they're an integral part of the ecosystem, and whether we've got lots or a few, what they do is they're landscape engineers, and they change environments and open up forested areas, which allows other animals to proliferate. It's a brilliant question, and I don't have the answer, and I'm going to fall into the trap of rambling shortly, but we can learn an awful lot from them. They are magnificent creatures. I love the question. Thank you for that one. I think I can just see the baby there, on the left. We've got that young female facing to the right. I think sort of in between her legs, I can just see the baby moving behind. Sinak, the scariest experience I've ever had with elephants. Oof. It's a difficult one to know what to say there. I mean, obviously, I've never had a really serious incident in vehicles. There have been a couple where I've kind of been chased down the road by elephants. But, thankfully, even though we have to stay on the road and they can they can just go in a straight line, and they have a tendency to go through elephants. It's more those occasional interactions on foot that are a little bit more pant changing, let's call it that. I've had a couple. I remember one a couple of years ago. I actually did mention it on the feed a few days ago, but I was face to face with a very angry bull elephant from, we all agreed it was less than 5 meters. Although it really wasn't his fault. I'd walked around a bush, didn't know he was there, and literally almost walked into the back of him. Of course, he spun round and was very unhappy with us. And it's, I think I said again the other day, but it is a cliche, but if I close my eyes, I can still see the whites of his eyes. I can see the detail in his retina. We shared a moment, that's for sure, and thankfully he let us off. Let's leave it at that. But I learned a lot of respect for elephants on that day. It is incredible how they can just appear out of nowhere. They are just so quiet. And when you're faced with one, look at the little baby at the back there, Paul. Can you get the baby at the back? When your face is one stood in front of you, it's like a 2-story house, and I don't care who you are, it's an intimidating prospect. I'd say they are sentient animals, and I honestly don't believe they they mean us any harm. Of course, we all have grumpy days, and days where we wish. Just see this little trunk sticking out. Days that we got out of the wrong side of the bed. But I think if you treat them with respect, they treat you with respect. And that's what I do like about elephants. You can just see that little one there. He's still learning how to use his trunk. Of course, potentially, depending on what you read, maybe 40,000 or more individual muscles in that trunk. And it takes an elephant a good 2 years to be able to get full control over that trunk. But yeah, thank you for the question. And I never want to say scary, but some very respectful moments, certainly. Lovely light this afternoon. And we've got the sun just off to one side, and you can see it's creating that beautiful dichotomy of light and shadow on the elephant's face. Franna, thank you very much for your comment, and I couldn't agree with you more. I could sit here all afternoon as well. There's something very therapeutic about elephants. They're a bit like giraffe. I describe elephant and giraffe both as sort of nature's lava lamps. There's something really just sort of soothing about watching them, and they're so entertaining, and you can watch all the little nuances of how they move their trunks and how they communicate with each other. It's a very, very cool experience to watch elephants. Look at the little one. Yeah, well, just keep an eye on the big female there. Obviously, that is a very young calf. Looks like probably not more than a few months old. And as I said a little bit earlier, we must always be respectful of a mum with a baby. Try and get a better idea of how old this youngster is if he pops out into the open. It's quite an old female. You see those sunken temples that she's got. Sweet.
We are bumbling around looking for the hyenas. Now there are fresh tracks everywhere. But do you think I can find a hyena? No. But I do like Ben's lava lamp idea. I think that's pretty cool. Elephants and giraffes. But what I've decided to do is, now that it's cooled down a little bit, I want to have a quick drive past the den site on Taxons Road because I'm in the area. I'm going to have a quick glimpse because it has been about an hour and a bit, just to see if there might be anybody home. And then I'm going to head towards an area called Ingwe Alley, which is where the hyenas seem to have been hanging out recently. So I'm going to go around the other way for a change. Just see what we've got. We went past Ribbon's den site and there was nothing. And that's okay, it just means the hyenas are not as active today. They're sleeping off their meat from last night. All I am seeing is sun. Sunlight and a termite mound. Oh, and some kingfishers displaying. So we've got a really cool scene in front of us with a woodland kingfisher displaying in the tree. Unfortunately no adult, but I quickly want to show you a glimpse of that kingfisher and then we're going to head out. As I say that it goes, it was a perfect glimpse. Alright, there are still no adults here, so maybe by tonight there might be some, so we might have to come and check in the morning. We don't want to come here after dark. Maybe they're all lying on Ingwe Alley, relaxing next to the puddle. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm excited to see whether they might be there. Their tracks say they might be going there, so maybe I'll get lucky.
We're still here with this nice sized herd of elephants. I've just backed up to give them a little bit more space because they looked as if they were going to cross the road just in front of where we are now. I think they're slowly coming that way, but there's a very, very small little baby there. Doesn't look more than a couple of months. So we're just giving them plenty of space. And now, of course, the bush and its irony, they've decided to just set up shop behind the trees now and feed, but I'm sure they'll be crossing very, very shortly. We've got one big female that's where the little one seems to be hanging out next to. So we're obviously being respectful of her as a mother with a very, very young calf. But it does also look as if she's pregnant, which is a bit strange. So I don't know if the baby is just hanging out with grandmother, perhaps, and maybe one of the younger females is the mother. I'd like to have another look at her. But say that's whose ears you can just sort of see on the right-hand side there, and who's shaking the tree. She's feeding just behind this weeping wattle. Actually, Paul, if I move forward a little bit, we've got one on the left that you might be able to frame. There you go, so there's quite a few elephants here, and obviously what we don't want to do is split the herd. From an ethical perspective, what we don't want to do is get in between some members of the herd and the other, because that does put us at a little bit of a risk, and if the elephants are unhappy with our presence, then they could potentially react a little bit more aggressively towards us. So it's always a good idea to try and stick on one side of the herd or the other. Here comes the big female in front. And the baby. Here comes the baby. Ellie girl, I got your question. I'll be with you now, but let's just enjoy this little tiny one. Oh, how beautiful is that? Ellie girl, have I ever seen an elephant give birth? No, I have not. I don't think many people have. It's a very private affair for elephants giving birth. Often happens in the thicker stuff, so I'm just moving forward and hoping we can get another view of that little one. Often happens in the thicker stuff, and a lot of the family members will sort of gather around and form a protective barrier because, you know, the mother and baby is particularly vulnerable at that stage. But it's something that I would dearly love to see. I think it would be so special to be a part of a moment like that. Nor have I seen elephants mating, for that matter. I've seen rhinos mating, white rhinos before, but never elephants. It looks like a young female. Looks like she might have got a broken tusk. You can just see a little bit of tusk erupting from just above her trunk there. But looking at her size, assuming that is a her, it looks like a her just on the basis of her quite angular forehead, which of course we now can't see. You know, she's probably around 9 or 10 years of age and should have a decent tusk showing by now. I thought I saw a broken tusk there. Not quite sure how she would have done that. And of course we do sometimes have elephants that are born with no tusks, a genetic defect. And sadly to say, of course, the big tuskers we don't see very often at all anymore because of sort of genetic selection, that a lot of the big tuskers were hunted out, you know, over the course of the years. Different, of course, from the Indian elephants, where the females don't have tusks and only males have tusks in the Indian elephants. Oh, the lovely flock of red-faced mouse birds just flew over us. I don't know if you picked that up in the camera. But this is the cool thing about elephants. There must be 30 elephants here, and just slowly but surely they are just melting into the undergrowth, and it was as if they were never here at all. Just a little bit of evidence of tracks on the road. It's incredible how these great big leviathans can just disappear into the undergrowth. It's almost, well, it is mysterious and sort of ghostly, spectral in fact. Right, well, I think we're going to leave these elephants. It's a bit thick to warrant following them in there. And you can see it's still quite warm and them flapping their ears. And it seems Tessa has found something else which has found an even better way to cool off. Let's send you over to her.
We have finally found the spot, Ingwe Alley, the place to be. Looks like we have got a hyena that is really just enjoying a little bit of cool, refreshing water over her body. And of course enjoying the breeze as she naps. Now it has been a very hot afternoon, and after the rain you'll see, just have a look at the bottom edges of the water. You can see a little bit of green. This is an algae that has grown here literally since the rain stopped and the sun popped up today. This pan was not green a few days ago. And on top of that, to the right of the frame, have a look at the white foam nest frog. It's a very fresh foam nest frog's nest, and this is very out of season. This is peculiar, and it's because we don't normally get rain now. But all of a sudden we've got rain, and so the frogs are active again. But I'm very relieved that we have got a hyena at the little puddle. Now this explains why the den sites are not active, everybody. This explains it. If the hyenas are relaxing, then we know Ribbon is here. She can't be at the den site. Have a look at that ear, the tattered edges. Now it looks as though she's got a fringe of ticks, if I'm not mistaken, on every little rough edge of her ear. I don't know if I'm correct or not. Can you zoom in any closer, Panda? Let's have a look. There we go. It looks like she's got ticks on her ear. Yeah, there are quite a few there. Seems quite painful to have ticks on such a sensitive area, but I suppose the animals are used to it. Very much used to it. But I just want to watch her for a minute. Maybe we might hear sounds of some other hyenas. We might get lucky. So we have got another game viewer coming past. They might bump into us, but that's all right. I'll just let them know that we're here with Ribbon. You can see she's lifted her head. She's seeing him. And of course, just checking what is happening. Well, she doesn't look like she's eaten an awful lot, but she will still be hot. Spas, it's the natural jacuzzi for hyenas that they really deserve. Absolutely. Hard-working mom, she needs a bit of a spa day. I don't blame her at all. Her stomach is rounded, so she's definitely eaten. She'll be producing milk. But of course, she does need a bit of a break, especially after all the drama with 5 leopards yesterday. She was at the base of the tree most of the day. I'm sure she's absolutely exhausted. Oh, that sounds very exciting. Sounds like Ben and I are having a bit of a show off today. I'm loving it. Ben has found a starling that's trying to hunt a worm. Let's go have a look while Ribbon continues to snooze.
Thanks, Tessa. Well, we've got quite the battle scene going on in front of us. We've got what looks like a Cape starling having a bit of a standoff. Well, I say standoff, it's a bit unfair. I'm afraid the centipede is losing miserably, but the starling has been giving it a bit of a run around. It's quite interesting. It keeps going for the head because, of course, the centipede is a venomous animal. It can give you a nasty bite, and it certainly does hurt. Anyone who's ever been eaten by a centipede will know. But the starling's been sort of squashing it with it in its bill. Of course, birds don't have teeth because teeth are heavy for weight loss. And has been sort of smashing it around a little bit. But in fairness to the centipede, it hasn't given up. Oop. But I think it is beginning to run out of steam, unfortunately. But yeah, it's been quite the battle. And somehow, it'll be very interesting to see whether the starling is going to be able to swallow this centipede whole, because it is not a small centipede. Well, there's still some life left, but I feel it's a bit of a losing battle. You can just see the coloration on the centipede there. It's got some sort of yellows and oranges, which is nature's way of telling everybody that it is a potentially dangerous animal. It is venomous, and generally speaking, rather not to be messed with. That's what we call aposematic coloration, contrasting bright colours and dark colours, very much advertising yourself to potential predators, saying, stay away, I taste bad, I sting, I bite, I've got foul-smelling glands, some form of defence. And then, of course, you get animals which mimic those colorations, which have none of those things, but are relying on the fact that nature has sort of learnt this over many, many years. But it seems the starling doesn't care. It's actually quite brutal. I'm beginning to feel sorry for the centipede now. I feel he doesn't really stand a chance. It just goes to show we give an awful lot of airtime to the lions and the leopards and the dogs and the other predators, but even birds have their own battles that need to be waged. Still, I don't see much life left in the centipede now. Megan, you're quite right. Live kill alert. Watching kills is always fascinating, but it's always a little bit more brutal than you sort of give it credit to when you think about it. But I think the damage has been done here. I don't see much movement left in that centipede now. It's going to be interesting to see whether the starling is going to try and... Well, I think there's my answer. Wow. He's got most of it down its throat. He's just left with the legs sticking out of his beak and the tail end. Wow. Well, like a piece of spaghetti. That centipede was probably not too dissimilar from head to at least the beginning of that starling's tail, and it all went down in one go. That was quite impressive. Well, there you go, guys. A live kill indeed. Thank you, Megan. Yeah, let's see what else we can find.
We are still just soaking in the spa day, like Ribbon is soaking in that cool water. And what I want to do is just have a listen, because it sounds like there are definitely other hyenas here. They're a little bit closer towards the drainage line. I know there is another pan system. And it sounds like an interaction happening between possibly an adult and one of the sub-adults, maybe Ngwazi, Navela, Gingirika. There you can hear it, so let's have a listen. So it's a combination of the low moaning sounds and some higher pitched shrieks. Now it's not very loud, but I can tell it's close by, but obviously just a close interaction. It's not an aggressive one where there's a loud call that almost deafens you. Yeah, it definitely sounds like there's some form of interaction going on of different ranked hyenas. I think Ribbon's got the right idea. If I was a hyena, I'd also be relaxing in the water. Ribbon's definitely got the right idea. She's soaking up the water and the cool feeling. She's avoiding the drama. And I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that as a spirit animal. Trying to avoid the drama, just chilling out in the pool or the jacuzzi. But there's definitely drama happening somewhere in the background. So we've been having a listen. It sounds like there is an interaction happening between hyenas of different ranks. That very typical when one greets the other and there's a lot of moaning that happens. But we can't figure out where. I think it's towards the drainage line. But Ribbon doesn't seem to be concerned. You can see she's very happily snoozing. There you can hear some of the moaning. I'm hoping that you can hear it. It's quite soft, but it's there. Paul, I can't say I've ever had the luxury of having a soak in a green algae puddle, but it does seem like Ribbon's enjoying it. And I quite enjoy watching animals come out of these puddles too. Hyenas and elephants especially come out looking like the Hulk. They turn green because the algae sticks to their skin. It's really entertaining to watch them walk around half green, half clean. The green and clean spa day. Where is that noise coming from? Now we are quite close to Pangolin Track. Ribbon's just heard it as well. Look how she repositioned her head. She's got her ears up, or what's left of her ears really. She's got them up and she's facing down towards the drainage line. You can hear birds alarming. It sounds like it might be coming from the drainage line itself. But she's also getting interested now because it's getting louder. Now we're not that close to the area where Kelly reported the smell this morning. And I got some whiffs of it coming up Weaver's Nest, which is just over on the other side of the drainage line. But I'm wondering if there wasn't maybe something killed around Pangolin Track, Weaver's Nest area. And maybe that's why Ribbon is looking that way. Maybe that's why we could smell something, because I did get 1 or 2 whiffs of it. We've got another hyena walking right up behind the car. Thank you, Panda. Oh my goodness, hello. Look how Ribbon has looked up, and we've got a hyena joining the party. About to have the green and clean. These are the interactions we were hearing, but further away. Wow. Those sounds. Just coming to check in and then leaving. Oh, that smell. Oh my gosh. I think it might be her that smells like that. That is actually enough. My eyes are watering. Oh my goodness. Whew. I'm trying to block my nose, everybody. If you hear me crying and Panda sobbing in the background, you know why. Oh my word. That is very possibly the worst smell I think I've ever had from a hyena. Oh no. That's actually a bit much. Oh, whew. Now I'm sure everybody wants to be on safari, but I'm not sure if everybody wants to be here to smell that smell. I'm not gonna lie. That is pungent. That smells like maybe somebody's been rolling in an entire rotten animal and just decided to do it over and over again repeatedly. So we're going to keep watching Ribbon. It looked like that might have been Corky that came in and left, but I wasn't convinced with the ear markings. If anyone has an ID, let me know. But we're going to reposition so we're no longer downwind. And I'll send you to Ben on a bumble to catch up with him.
Oh, shame, Desert. That does not sound particularly pleasant. I was still getting over your idea of hyenas hulking out of puddles. Tickled me as well. So we just stopped, as you arrived, we just bumped into some Inyala, not literally, before anybody is concerned. But obviously they scattered when we stopped, and I think we're just seeing if we can still pick them up in the car. Otherwise, we do have a couple of young impala in front of us. But we've had a fantastic afternoon, actually. So those vultures were a great start, and then so very, very nice elephant sighting with that little baby. What an absolute treat. I love baby elephants. And yeah, an amazing interaction between a starling and a centipede. That's not something I've ever seen before, that's for sure. So we're slowly making our way down now towards Treehouse Pan, and then my plan was I wanted to sort of visit the southwest of the reserve. Just because I haven't really spent much time down there. I wanted to have a look and see the vegetation type, and as I said, we have heard rumours that there might be some dogs not that far away, so perhaps we get lucky. I see these impalas are not exactly showing themselves. Oh, there we go. We've got a nice male there. A young male on the left, and then a full-grown male on the right. Actually, just when we came out, I saw my first evidence of the rut beginning as well. We had a couple of males chasing each other around, sort of growling and snorting at each other with their tails exposed, that white rump, that flash in the air, and one chasing the other one around. So I think over the next month or two, we're going to have a flurry of activity as the males establish dominance during the rutting season. Beautiful set of horns. You can kind of see that those horns are ridged like concentric rings down them. And that's a lovely adaptation when they're fighting. When they do lock horns, of course, if they had smooth horns, then they would kind of slip down and they would end up sort of headbutting one another more than anything else. But by having those ridges on the horns, they're able to lock horns, twist their necks slightly, and then those ridges sort of lock against one another, and then they can have a proper sort of a bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of a push and a shove. And of course that's how that dominance is established. DJ, you're asking whether all antelope species have a rutting season. Not really, no. Out here, certainly the impalas do. That is very well known. Sorry, it's getting distracted. There's a barred owlet calling in the background. Most of the other antelopes don't really have a rut as such. Territories are held throughout the year, and obviously the more dominant animals have access to the better territories and they are more likely to find females or have females attracted to that area. Those are the territorial animals. For non-territorial animals, things like kudus and inyalas, even zebras, not officially an antelope, of course, but they have the similar social structure. Males become territorial over females rather than areas themselves. They will certainly fight amongst themselves, but it will happen at any point, obviously peaking during summer, usually the sort of around about the same sort of time, because normally for herbivore species, their births are coincided with the summer months for water, food and shelter. But out here, I stand, of course, to be corrected. The only thing I can think of off the top of my head that has a very established rutting season is the impala. Everything else will either hold their territory year-round, like a wildebeest, or they will fight as and when it is required based on estrusing females. Okay, it seems our antelopes have melted off into the distance. So I'm carrying on down Vulture's Nest and then making my way towards Treehouse Pan. I've had some lovely sightings at Treehouse Pan recently, and then heading towards the west. Yeah, we've got a couple of impalas in front of us on the road. It's the same two. Nope, they're just ducking off onto the right. It's hopefully. Oh, there we go. Now we can have a beautiful look at this boy. No, he's going to disappear behind the bushes again. Let's just have a look. We might be able to pick him up through the grass there. There we are. I can just see those horns. Beautiful. Typical. There's one little tuft of vegetation. He's chosen to put his head down right next to it. You can just see that white flash on the back, which is what is exposed when an impala is fleeing from a predator, raises the tail, and of course then the predator can see that white flash. Then the impalas scatter, and then once they get to an area of thicker vegetation, a bit more relative safety, they will cover that white sash, whatever you want to call it. And the predator will hopefully not be able to see the impala because he's still looking for that bright colour. I'm sure this impala is just feeding on some of the short grass. They are quite selective feeders, and they do like short grass which is not too fibrous. They even have a split upper lip which enables them to get very, very close to the ground and crop it short like a lawnmower. So a very nice adaptation to get those new shoots that are coming out in the most nutrient-rich areas of grass. There's a lovely soft light now filtering through the leaves as well, just when it catches him on the face. It's stunning there.
So we can see again. We've wiped the tears away from our eyes. We've plugged our nostrils and tried our best to get them open again. And we've left because Ribbon got up. She left her green and clean and decided to hop on to the next jacuzzi. So we've left her. She went down towards the rest of the other sounds we could hear. And of course Corky left Ribbon and came down this way. So we thought maybe we might find Corky, but we think we've put our finger on the puzzle piece that was missing from this morning's adventure. Now bear with me, I don't know if I'm correct, I'm kind of spitballing it here, but I think the reason why we couldn't smell a very strong smell in the area that Kelly reported this morning is because the strong smell may have been Corky and she's moving, so the smell found us when we couldn't find it. Very possible that Corky was lying somewhere close to the road, and whatever she's been rolling in, maybe that's also something Kelly smelled. But it seems like the smell found us today. It was adamant that because we couldn't find it, it found us. And I will take that. It's an experience and it's an adventure. It's a great first for Panda. He's never smelled a hyena like that before. And it was actually quite a lot of fun because we got the giggle fits afterwards, trying to work out what on earth she's been doing in the last 12 hours to make her smell that way. But Ribbon did not move off in the direction of her den site, so I'm not going to go back to the den site, not to her den site anyway, because she hasn't gone that far, so logically it doesn't make sense for me to head in that direction. am still looking for Corky. So, and I doubt the adult foam nest frog was still at the green algae jacuzzi. It probably made the foam nest, laid the eggs, closed it up, and then left. Because the foam nest serves as a protection without the adults having to be there. So I don't think the tadpoles inside of there knew that Ribbon was there. Possibly if there was a frog, it definitely would have known that Ribbon was there. But I didn't see a frog anyway. I just saw the nest that houses the eggs and the tadpoles until they drop out into the water hole. So I doubt the tadpoles were aware. If there was an adult frog, definitely aware. But I didn't see. Being said, I don't have the best eyesight at the best of times. I'm usually very good at spotting, but I didn't notice a frog. Pan, and we will see what we can find along here. Honest, just touching on eyesight, of course animals have phenomenal eyesight, especially the predators. It's really funny because if you asked me to read something off of a TV screen or a laptop without my glasses on, I would never be able to anymore. My eyes are shocking when it comes to that. But even with my glasses off in the bush, I can spot things, even small things. So it's obviously just a trained eye to the environment. You know the shapes, you know when something is out of shape, and you can pick it up. So isn't it amazing how we adapt? Humans adapting as much as animals do.
Go digital.
All right. Arctic Circle, that is a baited question for me, I'm telling you. I like your name, by the way. I will never be able to answer that in an unbiased way. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I think it depends who you ask, because it's a completely different range of smells. Hyenas smell like rotting flesh, fish, this, warthogs, this really weird mixture. But wild dogs smell like this really lovely dirty mix of urine and wet dog. And I think I'd take the smell of urine over the smell of rotting flesh any day of the week. But our warthogs disappeared. But yes, I definitely prefer wild dogs. If I smell wild dogs, that is my brain done for the day. All I'm thinking about then is wild dogs. It's a very distinct smell. But yes, I think I would rather take that over the rotting smell, because hyenas a lot of the time, remember, it's a lifestyle difference as well. Hyenas will also roll in anything dead that they find, so they like to be dirty, they like to roll in the stomach contents, where wild dogs won't. They might urinate on each other as part of their dominance and courtship displays, but that's usually about it, to be honest. Oh, fancy that, I can see Ben. Hello, Ben. I don't think he can see me, but I can see him. He's taking my road. Bye, Ben. He's heading off in the opposite direction. So I'm going to go and check pangolin track at Chillipan. Hello. I'm going to go and check pangolin track while Ben checks Twin Dams Road. We've been trying to work out all day what the smell is. I think he's going to love the fact that it might have been corky. What a lovely day. It's just starting to cool off now as well, which is stunning. The sun is starting to dip, so you can see we're in shade now where we were in sun earlier. And I can tell you the difference from sitting on Twin Dams Wall with the sun burning us to here. You could almost wear a jersey. John, there should be some giraffes in the area. Whether they actually are or are not, I'm not sure. We haven't seen any today or yesterday or the last few days that I'm aware of, none that I can remember. But giraffes are not the most populous animal that we would find on Djuma. Giraffes, zebras, buffaloes, we struggle. We struggle on Djuma, and that's because the areas around Djuma sometimes have slightly better adapted habitats. I know, for example, the Manuleti is doing patch burns at the moment, which means that there's a lot of very fresh grass. So there's massive herds of zebras there, lots of dazzles. But giraffes, we do get occasionally, especially around Sandy Patch, occasionally here at Chelapan. But we haven't seen any in a while, so not sure where they're hiding. But a lot of people don't know that giraffes are endangered, everybody. So if you didn't know, they are endangered. And it sounds awful to say we might have to get used to a world where there's no giraffes, but we're going to do our utmost to make sure that never happens. But yes, they are endangered. All thanks to habitat loss, humans. Sad story. I think I'm going to stop at this little pan system here on Pangolin Track, because where I was with Corky and Ribbon is just on the other side of this drainage line, and I heard the sound coming from the drainage line. So there's somewhere in between that pan and this pan, the jacuzzis. And I'm wondering if we'll be able to hear them from the side and maybe pinpoint where they might be and what might be going on, because it sounded like quite a few interactions were happening. Just like we saw with Corky and Ribbon. It was that, but on multiple scales. Let's have a look here. Oh, there's water again. That is so exciting. We've got another jacuzzi. I'm going to show you what it looks like. There's some fresh elephant dung. So this pan was dry about a week ago. And now we have water again. And look, a fresh green jacuzzi. Isn't it fantastic? Well, this for me makes my day. That green is a beautiful pop of color. And it's something thriving in the bush. So I'm going to be watching just to make sure that nothing comes along while I am listening for any of those hyena interactions in the drainage line. Let's hope we can find them.
It's turning into a lovely afternoon here at Djuma. The sun is just beginning to creep down towards the horizon, and we are almost at Treehouse Dam, and I'm hoping once we get there we're going to get some beautiful reflections of this nice golden light on the water. See if our resident hippo who's been there the last few days is there. But it's definitely cooling off. We've had that cold front here recently, and I have to say, as soon as the sun is beginning to dip towards the horizon now, the temperature is dropping noticeably. A sure sign that autumn is definitely on its way and winter not too far behind. We're enjoying this sort of last green flush whilst we can. The bush is still looking absolutely great, it has to be said. Over the course of the next few months, everything is going to begin to dry out. A lot of these deciduous trees are going to lose their leaves as they shed them to save nutrients and minerals through the long, dry winter months. And this grass that you can see is going to slowly dissipate, dry out, and become a lot flatter. We're almost at Treehouse Dam. And then we'll enjoy the view there, maybe see if we can't listen to a few bird calls. And see if our hippo is still around. Yo. See the ripples from our hippo there. What a lovely sight with the sunset. a beautiful view, hey? To see the sun dipping behind the horizon now, and myself and Umpo are sitting here at Treehouse Dam. Shem, our resident hippo bull, who we've seen quite frequently over the last couple of days, got a bit of a fright when we came around the corner. You might have been able to see all the ripples in the water there. He got had a bit of a shock and did a sort of a 180 in the water. Surprisingly agile for such a large animal. But he'll be getting active soon. I'm wondering if we might get another yawn or two out of him. We were just saying how interesting it is that over the last few days, as soon as the sun has ducked down towards the horizon, the temperature is noticeably dropping. As we are coming towards the end of summer, and autumn is most definitely upon us now. It's lovely just to sit here quietly sometimes. We get very carried away with all the great sightings, and we've had some lovely sightings this afternoon, but it is nice to take it down a notch and just enjoy these views and these colours changing almost by the second to the naked eye. And I have to say, it smells very pleasant here. I know Tess seems to be doing a drive rather centred on olfactory issues this afternoon with wild dogs and hyenas and strange things that Kelly smelt this morning. I have to say the air here is spectacular. It's quite quiet, not hearing very many birds calling in the background. White-browed scrub robin, perhaps. MK, you're quite right. Thank you very much for the comment. It is too beautiful. We don't know how lucky we are sometimes. And yep, let's soak in this sunset whilst we can. And it looks like it's going to be a lovely clear night. It was full moon last night. So we are hoping that there'll be an awesome blanket of stars above us this evening for the last sort of 45 minutes of the drive. Hear that sort of whistling in the background, which I think is a southern boo-boo. A few little trills of what sounds like firefinches off to my left. Woodlands kingfisher giving us a little chorus there as well as he just flies across the shot. You're probably a bit too far away for you to see, but of course they'll be heading off further north very, very soon. As summer comes to an end, they'll be aware of these shortening daylight hours, and the temperature drops now as well, and it won't be long before we've seen our last woodlands kingfisher until probably around November, December. Before they return again. It's actually one of the things we look forward to as guides. We often have little bets between ourselves, little competitions, who can pick the correct date to find the first woodlands kingfisher on its return. We'll be doing the same with the impalas as well. What date will we see the first baby impala? I can hear a black-crowned chagra. If you hear that noise, it sounds like somebody sort of whistling casually in the bushes. I think actually that one that I said was the southern boo-boo before, it wasn't a call that I necessarily know. I think it was potentially actually the chagra doing one of its unusual calls. Yep, Bianca, I couldn't agree more. Thanks for the comment. It is a sight to treasure. Yeah, there's nothing much more I can say about it really. We've got this, I just love the reflections on the water. You can see the blue in the sky is certainly right above us is getting deeper and deeper. as the angle of the sun changes and less of the blue light is being scattered, or more of the other colours are being scattered as well from the light of the sun. Of course, it is that blue light that is scattered by the nitrogen molecules and the other molecules in our air that gives us blue sky. That is the only reason that we can't see stars during the daytime. It's because that light from the sun, if you've ever seen a rainbow, it's the water droplets in the atmosphere split the sun's light into those different colours, into that visible spectrum that we can see. Oh, Kingfisher came in for a splash. I've lost my train of thought now. Yes, all of the other light, especially when the sun is high above us, can get through to us except the blue, and the blue hits the molecules in the atmosphere and is sort of scattered in all different directions, giving us this blue colour. If it wasn't for that, we would be able to see stars during the daytime. And that is where officially the boundary of space starts at approximately 100 kilometres above us, which is known as the Kármán line. And that is because the atmosphere is thin enough when you get up to about 100 kilometres that the blue light is no longer scattered, and you can see stars even in what would be perceived to be daylight beneath you. And it is considered to be the start of space. Only 100 kilometres up. If you think about where you live, 100 kilometres, about 65 miles to another town, that is it. That's what's above your head between us and the vacuum of space. So another very important reason for us to look after our environment and our atmosphere and respect it like we should do all aspects of nature. I think even our hippo's enjoying the view. He's very quiet, hasn't really moved since we got here. Okay, well, we're going to enjoy this stunning sunset and these beautiful reflections for a little bit more. In the meantime, we're going to send you over to Tess, who I think is looking in the other direction, and she's admiring some of the stunning cloud formations that we've also got up in the sky at the moment.
Candy floss clouds. Ben, you are so right, as usual. It is indeed a candy floss cloud kind of day. And this is the only set of clouds we can see in the sky. The only set. Where we've had cloud cover for days. All of a sudden we've got clear skies and one little bank of clouds. And when people ask me if I like pink, my answer is usually no, unless it's candy floss pink from the candy floss clouds. All of my favorite colors come from the famous sunrises and sunsets of the Lowveld here in South Africa. This is my favorite pink. And then on the bottom right, that little bit of purple, you can see a lilac-y, dusty color. That was my favorite color growing up. And it comes from sitting in the bush, not just looking, but the feeling of sitting here. And I want you at home, this is a challenge to you. I want you to sit, I want you to see what's in front of you on the screen, but I want you to listen and I want you to picture how you would feel. Imagine how you would feel sitting here, listening to the birds, hoping for an elephant breaking a branch, or a hyena calling in the background, or even a leopard walking down the road, but just soaking in the greenery. Have a listen and picture how you feel soaking it in, because that's what you're doing. You're soaking it in right now. Now what I want you to do is think of some key words for me. any key words that pop to mind telling me how you feel right now, I want you to tell me what they are. To give you an example of mine, I feel peaceful, I feel happy, excited, and fulfilled. Those are my top 4. I could do this all day and not have to move. You can see the colors are starting to change, going a more deep purple. Tegan, perfect timing. I love the dusty pink as well. And there's that deeper dusty purple on the horizon going to dusty pink, and then a bit of like a faded white orange. Pastels, the calming pastels. I don't know if you all know this, but this is Panda's first experience in the low veld these last few days. How do you feel, Panda? Awesome. He feels awesome. He's got the biggest smile on his face. He's just soaking it in. He's asking a ton of questions with everything. It is absolutely brilliant. Shreyas, thank you. Blessed and grateful. I love it. I absolutely love it. And that is 100% how we feel as well. I can't believe we get to live this life. I can't believe that we get to share it and experience it with you. It doesn't seem real some days. Arabella, I'm so happy to hear that you are feeling relaxed and peaceful. So are we. I like changing it up a little bit. Instead of looking at the sunset, we look at the opposite side of the sky. We take a moment to sit and let everything come to us. And sometimes the things that come to us out here are those words. They're those words and those feelings and those emotions that can be quite overwhelming sometimes. And it's exactly what I think everyone needs at some point in every day. Just that time to sit and reset, think about what you've seen or what you've had today. Whether it's in this life or in an office life or a personal life, whatever you've had for the day, it's a good chance to sit and just let it sink in nature. And there's the hyena call I was hoping for. Joy, all the way from Hong Kong. It's lovely to hear from you again today. You feel connected, so do we. We feel a massive connection to nature, to you, to everything out here. And this might sound strange, but I think that hyena calling was in Ndebele. She has a very strong vibration in her voice. Bit of a vibrato going on. I think it was Ndebele saying hello. Okay, I'm taking a deep breath. I'm going to try my best to tear myself away from the pretty pastels and head on down towards the next junction. Maybe we might get lucky and find Ndebele. But if you want to continue sending in any words you feel, any comments, anything, please do. We are so open to hearing it. We love knowing how this makes you feel. Fantastic. One last look, one last deep breath in. Ooh. And off we go. Goodness gracious, what a day. I can't believe how good it's been.
Well, the light is slowly fading. The bush is quietening down for the evening. I'm waiting for the little chorus of owls and nightjars to begin. Did see some leopard tracks back behind us somewhere, but I think they're probably from sometime last night. We're making our way slowly in a southwesterly direction. I'm going to sort of spend the latter part of the afternoon, early evening around Impala Road, Sandy Patch, Triple M boundary. Maybe we get lucky, we haven't seen any lions for a while. What have we got here? And if you can see this one, I've probably got a ground scraper thrush who was busy picking around in this old rhino midden by the look of it, looking for any little insects. You can see the thrush there with his speckled chest. Very nice. Lovely markings around the face. Of course, these dung piles are a wonderful place for birds to find arthropods. Little ecosystems inside here. I've got a feeling he's going to fly in a moment. We found ourselves a little ground scraper thrush. Don't see these all too often. I hope he's not going to disappear into the grass now. But he was poking around in an old rhino midden. Of course, these being insect eaters, they eat a variety. Oh, there he's back again. Eat a variety of little arthropods, and of course, these old dung piles are wonderful places to find lots of insects. They're busy doing their recycling duties, a bit like the vultures we saw earlier, digging around in there. They're one of my favourite birds. They're very distinctive, with those splotchy chests and that beautiful line, sort of vertical line through the eye. Usually in pairs. There should be another one somewhere in the vicinity. Maybe this one doesn't want to share his little spoils that he's found here. Thanks for your comment, Terry. Yes, very well camouflaged, but again, these Remember, thrushes are quite a terrestrial bird. They do spend a lot of time on the ground doing exactly this. You can see them flicking over pieces of dung looking for arthropods, so you are potentially quite visible and vulnerable to your predators. So you'll find a lot of particularly ground-dwelling birds and birds that spend a lot of time in the ground have these sort of dappled markings, as it just helps them blend into the surrounding environment. Having a good dig down there. Of course, these guys also have to look out for the inevitable fork-tailed drongo, who likes to make himself known to a lot of birds out here. And yes, so often the fork-tailed drongo will come down if the thrush does find himself a little food source, and the drongo will come down and take it from. But speaking of spots on the chest of this ground scraper thrush, I'm going to send you over to Tessa, who has also found something with spots.
So everybody's laughing at this point. There's a leopard right next to the car. She's just walked up to me. She gave me a little bit of a dirty look, checked out the car, sniffed the bonnet, and now she is moving up the road. So I'm going to turn, see if we can follow her. How exciting is that? There's a view through the back bars. I'm going to turn and swing, Panda. Hold on. Beautiful. All right, we might get some smells again today. We seem to be smelling a lot. Stunning. We are going to follow her. Now, I don't know who this is yet. Very heavy white eyeliner, and it looks like it might be young leopard. My initial instinct was Kuchava because of the heavy white eyeliner, but it could be anyone in that lineage at this point. So if we have any positive IDs, please let me know. I know it's not the easiest view. But the way that she approached the vehicle, I loved that. Right, let me turn completely and we can follow. That was amazing. Everybody was kind of laughing there because she was walking perfectly up the road towards us. And then as you were about to come to us, she disappeared behind the bonnet, sniffed, she came and sniffed me. And so everyone was in a bit of hysterics there. Dusk leopard. These are the tracks we saw this morning for sure. These are the tracks we saw. Looping around the area. I really hope I didn't just drive over the skirt. Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, it's still in the road. No smelly tires for Rusty. Okay. She's on a bit of a scent marking mission. As she's been walking, she's been lifting her tail and scent marking against the brush. Let's see what she does as she's disappearing. Ah, is it Miss Lunga? Goodness gracious, she has moved far. All the way from Chitwa. Hello, lovely girl. That would make sense, absolutely. You can see she's heard something off into the brush on the right-hand side. So we're on Gari Katlan. She's walking towards Weaver's Nest. She's looking into Juma. She's heard something. Now, fascinating for me to see her scent marking because she's still a young leopardess, which you can see from the fluffiness and the pink nose. Now she's currently walking downhill towards the next little valley. But let's just watch and see what she does, and then I'll catch up with her. Ah, yes, fascinated. I love that silhouette. She's walking towards the sunset. So we were facing the opposite direction, looking at the candy floss clouds. You can see there she's walking into the sunset on Gari Main. Joy, we're not complaining either. It is fantastic to have another leopard. Can you ever get enough leopards in life? I don't think so. I really don't think so. But she's a gorgeous girl. You can see her coat is still in impeccable condition. And she's very interested in something. Oh, she is stunning. Out in the open this morning, we struggled to keep up with her, but it doesn't look like she's eaten. Her belly is still flat. So maybe she's decided to venture this way. See if she can find some food here. Let's just watch and see what she does. The light is brilliant. It's like golden light that's enveloping all around her there. Now, if she does decide to sit there for longer, the light is dropping, so I'm going to have to try and get a bit closer. I'm going to try and go around as well so we can see her face, see what she decides to do. But at this point, I'm happy to watch her from a distance because she's so beautiful with that little bit of a silhouette. I'm just going to call this in on the radio very quickly. Station's located on Lunga, static on Gowrie Main, in between Twin Dams Road and Weaver's Nest. One vehicle on lock. Alright, while I get closer to the lovely Miss Lunga and try and get a nice shot of her face, I'm going to send you over to Ben, who's looking at the lovely golden glow on the mountains.
Well, speaking of gorgeous views, I have to say I'm a little envious of your leopard, but I tell you what, we've found our own gorgeous view. We're sitting here on Philemon's Cut Line, and just as the road begins to sort of dip down away from us, we've managed to find this spectacular view of the Drakensberg Mountains, these lovely sort of pastel oranges of the fading sunset, just giving this lovely sort of layered silhouette effect. It is absolutely spectacular this evening. We're just going to take a second and enjoy this, change the pace a little bit before you guys go back and enjoy the views of that leopard. But how about this for a vista? Beautiful silhouette of this marula tree. Just a few wispy cirrus clouds in the background. Yeah, thank you viewers. It does look like a painted picture, hey? The bush has got so many different facets, so many elements of beauty. We are very, very spoilt. The white-browed scrub robin in the background also agrees that and a red-crested koran also just chirping in with his 2 cents worth as well. What a spectacular view. A silhouetted marula tree, the Drakensberg Mountains in the distance, and this incredible cacophony of colour that the sunset is giving us now. We've got these sort of dark oranges ranging up to that beautiful sort of pastel mauve colour up in the top of the screen there. We're just going to sit here very quietly, enjoy the birds as they settle in for the evening, and just let this incredible scene unfold in front of us.
The lovely Miss Lunga, it seems, has been spending a little bit too much time with Maribs and Tundi because she seems to have learned the Tundi slip. In all seriousness, though, she's on a scent marking mission. She has disappeared over Gowrie Main, straight south into Little Gowrie area, which means we can't follow, unfortunately. But it was incredible to see her walking up the road, scent marking, really becoming an adult now. Not even bothered. Just disappearing, carrying on with her day. Absolutely brilliant. I don't think we could have asked for better, honestly, as a last-minute leopard, the lovely Miss Lunga. And just to give you an idea of the distance that she has walked, she was left not even 45 minutes ago behind Chitwa Dam wall in a very thick spot where they couldn't see her anymore. She lay down and they couldn't see her 45 minutes ago. She's now almost all the way back onto Djuma. So she's walked kilometers from there to here in a few minutes. So unbelievable. Unbelievable. But I'm very happy to see a young leopard like that. I mean, she's just over 2 years old. She's scent marking. She's taking on the territory. It's incredible. Well done, Lunga. What a lovely way to have our little evening. And just like that, a little bit of patience, a little bit of calmness, and not pushing nature gives everything good straight back. I love it. Now it is time for me to start putting on my spotlight. You can see the light has faded drastically. We got her in the last little bit of gorgeous light, and then she moved. So we're going to start searching with the spotlight. Now I'm adamant that those might be the tracks that we saw earlier. Maybe what happened is she's been doing circles. She's been doing loops because we had tracks of a female leopard on top of vehicle.
Welcome back, viewers. Apologies for a couple of technical difficulties there. And I believe Langer may have given Tessa the slip. But one thing that hasn't given us the slip is this sunset. I know we've been enjoying it for a while, but it's been a long time since I've seen a sunset quite as spectacular as this. The colours, I would say the screen is a perfect translation of what I'm seeing with the naked eye. It genuinely is that colour whilst we're looking at it. I'm just about to turn north onto Zoe's to go and check the western area of the property, but Paul and I, we just couldn't let this slip away from us. This is such a beautiful sunset. We're going to sit and enjoy it a little bit more as we see the last bits of golden rays disappear from behind the Drakensberg Mountains, the Dragon's Back Mountains, on account of that sort of jaggedy silhouette that Paul was just showing you. Lance, I couldn't agree with you more. The golden hour, I think this is beyond golden. Somehow doesn't even do it justice. I don't have a word to describe this colour. It is beyond golden. It is spectacular. We struggle sometimes to find you guys leopards and lions and things, but every day we get spectacular sunsets. There's nothing quite like an African sunrise. Sunrise? Sunset. Well, sunrises aren't bad either, for that matter. And these Drakensberg Mountains, of course, is sort of the first step up the escarpment as you go towards what we call the high veld. We are, of course, in the low veld, which is much lower down in terms of sea level. By the time you get up to Johannesburg, it gets an awful lot higher up there. And these mountains we've found various cave paintings, evidence of Bushmen. There have even been dinosaur footprint fossils found in some of these mountains, which stretch right the way down the eastern seaboard of the country, all the way through Swaziland and beyond, Lesotho. Andrea, would this make my top 5 sunset list? I tell you what, it's not far off. I've seen some pretty spectacular ones over the years, but I don't remember the last time that I saw this such sort of brilliant yet soft orange glow. I think the mountains really help as well, so have something in the foreground. Whether it's top 5, I don't know. Africa is synonymous with sunsets, but this is certainly up there with some of the best that I've seen. You can hear the fiery neck nightjar in the background. The nocturnal birds now beginning to wake up. But I think when I can drag myself away from looking at, well, looks like Mordor to be honest, but when I can drag myself away from it, we are going to head up Zoe's, I think head slowly all the way up to Voyatella Access. It's going to take us quite a lot of time to get up there, I would think, this evening. I'm sure we'll be stopping to admire the views. And yeah, hoping, as always, for something unusual. Some nice nocturnal activity. I haven't seen much over the last sort of 3 or 4 days of driving here at Djuma, but hoping for something like a honey badger, a genet or a civet. Sally, you're quite right, the sunset is different every day. It never gets boring to look at. It's something to look forward to on a daily basis, but it's all to do with atmospheric conditions, air temperatures, high cloud in the atmosphere, any disturbances, heat rising off the mountains. It's all to do with the refraction of light, bending those sun's rays around the curvature of the earth. And of course, because we're looking through more atmosphere rather than when the sun is directly above us, that's what gives us these beautiful orangey red colors. The dust and the pollution and all the other stuff in our atmosphere sort of begins to filter out a lot of the other colors, and only the longer wavelengths of light, the reds, the oranges and the yellows, are the only ones that get through. But it's like a little blanket of orange. It's slowly sinking. I can almost see it with the naked eye, getting less and less, and this sort of deeper sort of grey blue is beginning to envelop the orange as the sun disappears around the earth, or of course we should say as the earth continues to turn away from the sun. But rest assured that we will have an equally spectacular sunrise tomorrow morning, I have no doubt, as long as it stays clear. But I think we should probably start making our way slowly up Zoe's. I'm quite intrigued. It's been such a beautiful sunset that I've got a funny feeling that nature might throw something else at us as well this evening, just to marry the two. So we're going to slowly move north. See, I hope Tessa's leopard, Langer, pops out again at some point this evening. I know she's given her the slip for the moment, but that is what leopards do. And we've had so much luck with leopards over the last few days that I think just to catch a glimpse of one would be nice. We actually did see some tracks. I'm not quite sure where Tess found Langer, but we did see some rather fresh female leopard tracks heading towards Treehouse Pan. And I think Tess is not too far from that area, so we were debating if it was perhaps the same individual. But I know that Tessa had Langer this morning on Chitwa, so it's possible there's another one in the area. But one thing Djuma has a lot of is leopards. And, what have we got up there? So we've got something on this dead tree in front of us. We might have an owl. Let's see. Or possibly an eagle roosting for the evening. Let's see if we can spot it with the IR light and figure out what it is. Do you need me to get a look a bit closer, or are we good? Struggling to see what that is from here. I've only got a little screen. Okay, sorry if it gets a little bit bumpy, viewers. I'm just going to try and move a little closer so we can try and get a close-up. It doesn't look like an owl from here. I think it's an eagle who's resting up on this dead knobthorn. Just going to creep forward slowly. See if we can get in a little bit closer. Of course, our amazing IR light has only got a limited range. Yeah, I've just had confirmation from Mel. It's definitely an eagle of sorts. It doesn't have that sort of big head that we'd associate with an owl. Wonder if we can figure out who this will be. Brown snake eagle, perhaps? chase it away. Let's see if we can see from here. Oof, difficult to... An eagle of some sort in the tree, obviously lit up by our infrared light, which makes it rather tricky to get enough detail to see exactly what we're looking at. It looks like a raptor just enjoying the last bit of the sunset. And let's see if we can't figure out who we've got here. Very difficult to say. I'm tempted to say maybe a brown snake eagle. No, it's the wrong shape head. Possibly a tawny. Big beak. But very difficult to tell in this black and white image. But still a lovely sort of haunting image of this bird of prey up in the dead tree. Just enjoying the last little bit of daylight. I wonder how much they could see. I mean, birds have, or birds of prey particularly, have very acute eyesight. I'm not sure how good their night vision is, though, because they are generally diurnal hunters, which means they'll have a lot more cones in their eyes than rods. But there's still sufficient light, I would think, for to be able to get enough detail. But I would think it's probably got a nest somewhere close by. I see there's a big one, looks like jackalberry, just behind the eagle. Perhaps he might flit over there at some point and find himself a nice sheltered branch for the evening. But stunning views nonetheless.
What a lovely evening amble we are taking. Just through one of the drains, and I'm headed back towards the alley. Purely because I want to know what was happening with the hyenas. Maybe they've come out by now and are in the road. Oh, that looked like a little scrub hare sitting up. It was a rock. Good to know. I've been talking about my eyesight and I mistakenly thought that that was a scrub hare. Rather safe than sorry. It's in the road. So I think we have had an unbelievable day so far, and I was just thinking, with the clear skies that we're having, I know Ben was chatting about, you know, we're going to get some really nice clear skies tonight. I'm excited to see what the stars do, because we've had a full moon now. So we should be in for some fantastic stargazing. It's one of my favorite activities. Ben is a fantastic astronomer, out of this world. And I'm thinking I would love to sit and look at the stars. I don't know if that's something that you do at home, but if it is, let me know. Some of my favorite experiences, probably sounds a bit weird, but my dad and I used to sit out. We have, in the front of our house in Port Alfred, we have like a bricked up section of stairs, and when I was younger we used to sit out on the top step. We used to lie on our backs, and it sounds probably very strange, but we used to lie on our backs and make fake binoculars with our fingers like this with our hands, because it blocks out the surrounding light and then you can see the stars more clearly. And we used to sit on our backs watching the stars at night and that will never ever leave me. That will always stick with me. And I've always loved stargazing. So thanks, Dad. Little things that you never noticed that I loved. Little things you didn't think would have a massive impact. Right, let's have a look. I'm now on Ingwe Alley. I can smell urine quite strongly. I'm wondering if the hyenas have left the green and clean jacuzzi. Certainly smells like they have. Adam, I have some absolutely brilliant childhood memories that I cherish very, very dearly, and every single one is shared in some way, as I'm sure you know from home as well. And I've been, I think, particularly blessed and lucky with my family, with my upbringing, everyone, even extended family, cousins and dad's cousins, grandparents in particular, my grandmother in particular. But I've been so lucky that I've had like-minded, I suppose that's how it shaped my mind if I think about it, but like-minded experiences and open experiences like that, and been taught to really appreciate the finer things, and of course, everything natural. But it was a small town called Queenstown in the Eastern Cape. We didn't have a shopping mall that had a cinema or anything like that, so if we wanted to do something cool after school, if we wanted to go hang out on the weekends, we would go out and climb Hunklip Mountain as a group with our little picnic stuff. We'd go out and climb the mountain. We would do stuff like that, so it's definitely unusual, and I would not trade that for the world. I really wouldn't, and that's what I aim to do one day if I ever am lucky enough to have kids. That's what I plan on doing with them too. More natural inspired. Come on, hyenas, where'd you go? Miss Corky, Miss Ribbon. Arlarmware, that is so fantastic to hear, and I'm so happy that you do it with your daughter. That makes me even happier. It really does. Some of the things that we just kind of do in the moment, I don't realize how much they actually impact a person. I'm telling you, I will never forget that. Didn't happen all the time, didn't happen often, but wow, when it did, it was fantastic. And in fact, if I go and watch my parents' little doggies when they go on holidays, when I go and stay there on my leave to go and watch the dogs for them, if they're going anywhere, they don't know it. Well, I guess now they do because they watch me every day, which again, I'm very grateful for. I think I'm very lucky in that sense. I still go sit out on the front there and look up at the stars with my binoculars, my hand binoculars. I still love it. I'll sit out there with the dogs when they're outside running around. Ah, that's so good to hear. I'm so happy to hear that this has been like one of those experiences that it's not just a few people, but everyone thinks it's special. Everyone's had, or a lot of people have had a very similar experience, stargazing with their parents, taking it in. I think we've done a pretty good job. Isn't it so nice that we're all like-minded out here? I love it when I can connect with you and I know that you're like-minded. No hyenas on Ingwe Alley. What is going on? Everybody's moved. Maybe they're in the drainage line. Okay, next step for me, since the hyenas are evading me tonight, that's okay, I found them earlier. I'm going to go and see if there's anything happening on quarantine, but past quarantine towards Gallagher Pan. Maybe we'll get lucky with a white-tailed mongoose, a bush baby, lalamba. Wishful thinking. Alright, let me head up to quarantine and see what I can find. In the meantime, I'll send you to Ben for a bumble.
Well, good luck, Tess. A bush baby would be great. They are such little cute thingies. We are still slowly meandering our way up to Zoe's. We had a brief sort of appearance as a buffalo sort of blundered across the road in front of us, but not to be seen again. He disappeared into the bushes. I think we gave him a bit of a fright. Just an old dogger boy. And yeah, we're hoping for something unusual. I've also got my scorpion torch with me, which I wasn't able to get a chance with last night, but I'm hoping to find you guys another scorpion this evening as well. I couldn't help overhear that Tess was chatting to you about the stars as well. It does look like it's going to be a beautiful evening this evening. I can see some of the main constellations already beginning to take shape above us. I can see Orion and Taurus, Gemini, Canis Major, Canis Minor, Cancer, Leo, all the famous constellations this time of year. And I couldn't agree more with Tessa. There are some amazing memories to be had with stargazing. It's a very special experience. It's very similar, I think, to spending time out here in the bush, and to be able to look up and to sort of navigate your way around the sky, even if you don't know what you're looking at. There's just something mysterious about looking into space. I think for me it's very much to do with the fact that we live in a world now of instant gratification. If we don't know the answers to something, we Google it, and there's very little mystery left in the world. But when you look up into the stars and you really take a moment to think about just how many of them are up there and infinite possibilities of what else might be out there, I think it's good exercise for the brain, because we don't know the answers to that. Alright, yes, with James Webb being launched very recently, and we've had Hubble up there for 25, 30 years, and Hubble especially has changed the way we think about space. And what James Webb will do in the future, who knows? But there's a part of me as an avid stargazer, an astrophotographer as well. In fact, I even have in my spare time when I'm not guiding, I have an astrotourism company that specializes in doing stargazing evenings and photographic tuition with telescopes and things. I think it's such an incredibly powerful way to spend an evening and give a very unique perspective on what may or may not be up there. And the simple fact that we don't know is what makes it all the more special. To think that they're just in our galaxy alone, there are in excess of, I'm going to stop and talk to you properly for this one because it's something I love doing. In the Milky Way alone, we think that there are in excess of 300 billion stars just in our galaxy. And the Hubble Space Telescope, many years ago, I think it was in the late 90s, took what was called the Ultra Deep Field photograph, one of its most famous photographs. And what they did was they took the Hubble Space Telescope, which, don't forget, is in space. It doesn't have to look through our atmosphere and all the distortion that provides. And they wanted to see what Hubble could really do. So they focused it on an area of sky about, if you could imagine a tennis ball from 100 meters away. That was about the area of sky they looked at with Hubble. And in that area of sky, up until that point, we only knew of 2 stars. We couldn't see anything else. No other telescope had seen anything other than those 2 stars. And instead of taking a quick picture, they took multiple exposures, which ended up to be about 100 hours of light gathering capability. And when they actually got this photograph and looked at it, in addition to those 2 stars, was just a patchwork quilt of swirls and lights and colours of stuff that we'd never seen before. And if you look closely at that photograph, you're welcome to go Google it, It's called the Hubble Ultra Deep Field. And every single speck of light in that photograph, with the exception of the two stars, are not other stars, they are other galaxies. And in that one photograph, they found an estimated 10,000 galaxies. So take a minute to think about that. 10,000 galaxies in an area of sky the size of a tennis ball from 100 meters away. And astronomers think that on average, a galaxy has 100 billion stars. Now, if you take that idea of that tiny piece of sky having 10,000 galaxies in it, and then say, well, let's imagine the whole sky is uniform and it's the same everywhere. We're working on the assumption now that there are approximately 2 trillion other galaxies out there, each with probably in excess of 100 billion stars, each with their own planets, each with their own moons, their own asteroids, their own comets, and probably a whole bunch of other stuff we've never seen before. So people often ask me what I do I think there's life on other planets. We've got such an incredible diversity of life here on planet Earth. I don't know if there's life on other planets, but I think that it was highly naive of us to think that there isn't, given in mind the possibilities. I'm going to leave that one with you to think about whilst we drive through the darkness. And I encourage all of you guys to get outside and look up at the stars. It's a powerful experience. Okay, we're heading up Zoe's, enjoying this beautiful blanket of stars above us. Moonrise is going to happen very soon, somewhere to my right, I would think. It was full moon last night, which means tonight the moon will be rising about 45 minutes later, as it does every evening. And I'm trying to juggle spotlight in one hand and my ultraviolet torch in the other. I'm trying to find you guys a scorpion this evening we can have a look at as well. Other than that, it's been fairly quiet in terms of nocturnal animals. I haven't seen much yet. A couple of scrub hares. There's a cameo of a buffalo blundering across the road. But you never know what you're going to find around every corner. Nothing around this one. But there's always another corner. It's about time I found a nice nocturnal animal. I haven't seen much. Every now and again we see a porcupine quill on the road, and we saw some tracks the other morning. And I was actually thinking the other day, it's been a long time since I've seen a porcupine, and they are such incredible animals. We don't think of them as rodents, but of course they are Africa's largest rodent. So the same family of rats and mice and things. Very impressive to see with those quills that they have a tendency to rattle if they sense any danger.
I've solved a mystery. I know where the hyenas went. I've just found tracks of the wild dogs very close to Gowrie Dam, coming up onto Quarantine and then splitting up, so very possibly they were hunting on Quarantine. And I don't know if they came down to the dam. I don't see their tracks on this road, but of course dam cam is down, there's no electricity, so we couldn't see. And so I think that's where the hyenas have gone. They're running after the wild dogs. Very exciting stuff. Now of course we don't view wild dogs at night, but it is nice for us to know This is where the tracks are, so we know where to start in the morning. But while the excitement is running around in my brain because it is bouncing from corner to corner, I think it's time for a little bit of fun. I think it's time we do a fast five. Get those typing fingers ready and send in some crazy questions. I'm excited to hear what we've got tonight. This is where the tracks went, by the way, this exact junction. Let's bounce those questions around in my brain even further and see what my brain can come up with. We have got some wildebeest. I'm going to show you. They look a little bit nervous. But let's see. They're just up and off to the left here on quarantine, very close to where we found the tracks. There you can see them. Indeed, a little implausibility. Well done, Mel. Implausibility of wildebeest. Just two though, so I don't know if it counts as a full implausibility. Looks like a mother and calf, looking a little bit nervous because of the smell of the wild dogs on the road. Now, a calf of that size is definitely still vulnerable to wild dogs, especially if it's a bigger pack. Now, I'm not sure if this is the same pack that was reported in the west or if it's a new pack that's come in from somewhere in the south, but the tracks came from Philemon's Dip. You can see the mom is being hyper alert. So this would also explain why the wildebeest are split. I think if the wild dogs were hunting up here, the wildebeest and the impalas would have split up in all directions, and that's why they are separated, and I can't see a single impala on quarantine. I always get excited when there's nothing on quarantine. You know something's happened. You can see she's taking 5-6 steps and stopping every time, making sure. I knew I had a good feeling this morning for wild dogs. Now I know why. They were coming, I just had to be patient. Wow, she is being a really fantastic mum. Sounds like they're going fast far on the go. I'm excited. And then we'll see where we can go from there. Because it'll give us a much better sense of direction if I know where the wild dogs have gone from here. I can look at the next junction and the next junction after that to make sure. Oh, but I'm so excited for this fast five. Thank you, Mom and Baby Wildebeest. Stay safe tonight. Question 1, Shreyas. Oh, Shreyas. Which leopard have I spent the most time with? I'm trying to compare all of them in my brain. I think overall sightings probably my ribs, but timing in one go, very possibly Kuchava and her cub. Very excited. But overall, I think my ribs. My ribs and Tundi is a close second, actually. Tundi is a very close second. Sorry, Lapwing. That's a really good question, Shreyas. Now I've got to try and think back all my logging hours. Laurie Lee, I have been very scared on drive. I will openly admit that. And I think that if anyone out here hasn't, they're lying. There is always the possibility of getting really, really scared on drive. And I'm trying to think my most scary one. One of them was being charged by the hippo. I was charged by a hippo on Nuala Road South. That was my last cycle. One of them was having to put my vehicle in between the Birmingham Pride and a person who was jogging. And possibly another one was something out with an elephant charging the car. I remember that. Good question. No, it's moved. Annabelle, 300% yes, I've gotten lost at night with guests on board. And what made it worse, because the way that you learn the roads in the bush, right, is you walk the roads first to get to know them and your landmarks. Then you start driving with a tracker and he knows the roads and he teaches you what to look for and you've got a map. But the problem is at night it looks different. Even Juma, it took me longer to learn Juma at night. But I had this incident where I was with my guests at night, but my tracker had been tracking and he, because of the way that the sighting ran, he ended up going back with another vehicle. So he didn't come back with my vehicle. They picked him up in the sighting because they responded first, or they went to pick up the trackers and relocate. And they picked him up and went back to the lodge at the end of their drive, and I didn't have a tracker. And I was completely lost at night. And I remember bumping around from one road to the next until I finally bumped into Clara Dam, a dam that I recognized and knew where I was. And then I could plot my way home. But I remember getting home and it must have been like a whole 45 minutes later than the other vehicles because I didn't have a tracker with me and I was too embarrassed to ask on the radio. So I just bumped around on every road I could find until I bumped into Clara Dam. And then I knew where I was and I could make my way home. But I can talk, so at least I made it go past quickly. I hope anyway. Jasmine, you have a very creative mind. I like it. I like you already, Jasmine. No, I have never examined crocodile poo. I have never picked it up or looked at it. In fact, I can't even tell you if I'd be able to tell you what it looked like if I found it on the road. To be perfectly honest, because I've never tracked a crocodile. I know what their tracks look like, but I've never tracked a crocodile or looked at their poo. I know it's quite smelly though. Reptiles can be quite smelly. That's embarrassing to admit. Thank you, Jasmine. Raindrop, my favorite campfire story. Wow, I think there's so many different campfire stories, it's tough to choose, but probably my favorite that involves myself and my own guests, I've got a few to choose from, but one of my own experiences was looking for wild dogs. And we had been searching for about 2 days and couldn't really find the wild dogs. And we were just about to give up in the afternoon. We were thinking, right, there's no way we're going to find these things. And it's a story that my guests told around a campfire because it was about me. But we stopped for a bathroom break and I let them all go first. Because that's what you do. You check the bush, you make sure they go for a bathroom break. And then when they're done, you quickly go. And as I was pulling my pants down, I'm sorry this is a bit graphic, but as I was pulling my pants down, and I had just kind of squatted down into the grass. I heard the wild dogs hooting next to me and my tracker shouting from the vehicle, the wild dogs, quickly, quickly, get back on the vehicle, the wild dogs. And I tried to pull my pants up so fast that my belt completely came off my pants. I lost my handheld radio. I think I tripped over about 4 logs on the way there. Oh my goodness, wild dogs. So we can't view them at night, but I'm going to give you a quick view to say they're here. But yes, I was peeing, and all of a sudden there were wild dogs hooting. My tracker was going crazy. I was tripping over branches, couldn't get my pants up, and I got back to the vehicle screaming, I'm sorry, I swear you'll never see this again, but I can't get my pants up. And then I found the wild dogs. Just like I've just found wild dogs here. And they literally just walked past. But I can't stay with them. I just want to check where they have gone. All right, they've gone up under quarantine. Wild dogs. At the perfect time with my story. Thank you, Raindrop. I felt very unprofessional running up to the car with trying to still pull my pants up, but they were right there. Alright, I'm going to see if I can figure out where the wild dogs have gone, but there's a beautiful moon rising and I think I'm going to look at that for a bit too. Right, I don't know if Panda's going to be able to get the moon. It's a beautiful golden orange moon right on the horizon. Let's have a look. It's not the greatest of views because it's down towards the camp, but it is right through the middle of a tree. And it looks quite fascinating. I just want to have a listen. Maybe if we're lucky we'll hear the wild dogs. I can definitely smell them. Oh, my favorite smell in the world. I just want to sit here and listen and smell. You can see it's actually through the tree. A great view. I pulled up in a fantastic spot where you can see the tower.
Fantastic, come in.
Go ahead.
Firm you told him a Dutch.
A firm on quarantine.
Okay, copy that.
Negative. So what I am going to do is sit here for a little bit longer. I chose the most perfect spot where you can see the tower. I apologize. I got so excited with the wild dogs. But it's so worth it if you can still smell them, and hopefully we'll be able to hear them. But we've got a lovely evening building here. It's such a clear sky. I think we're going to have stars everywhere. And of course, nothing like watching a moonrise with lions roaring in the background. I hope you can hear the lions. I've just started hearing them. What is happening? Everyone's out at once.
Wow, Tessa, sounds like you've had a cracking drive again this afternoon. I look forward to following up there tomorrow morning. We've been watching a full moon rising. Well, a day after full moon, of course. Yesterday was full moon. Myself and Paul have just been admiring the moon rising up from the horizon. You can still see that lovely colour, just like we were talking about with the sunset earlier, because of the more atmosphere that white light has to travel through. We're getting this lovely orangey red coloration to it. And I thought I'd bring your attention, if you can see on the left what looks like a sort of a V in those dark shapes. And we say that it's like a rabbit on the moon here in the southern hemisphere. Hopefully you can see those. And the far left of the moon, those two things that look like two ears. And there's a lovely cultural story behind where that comes from. So the rabbit didn't used to be on the moon. And one day, apparently, the rabbit was very, very upset on Earth. And the moon, who is often seen in a lot of mythologies as a loving, caring, motherly figure because of the full moon representing pregnant females. So the moon came down to the rabbit and asked why was the rabbit so upset. And the rabbit explained that he'd recently heard that his mother had passed away and he was very, very upset and he was never going to see his mother again. And the moon consoled the rabbit by saying, no, just like me, every month I come back, I disappear and then I return and you will also see your mother again at some point. You must not be upset. And in fact, this is such an important message. You must take this message and give it to the entire human population, that they must also not be afraid of death, that there will be another opportunity. And the rabbit agreed to this, or the hare agreed to this, but unfortunately went to humans and explained exactly the opposite, saying that unfortunately that was it. When you were dead, and there was no hope, and gave very much the wrong message. And the moon was very, very unhappy about this and sought out the rabbit, and they had a great fight. And the moon apparently punched the rabbit and split the rabbit's lip. That's why the rabbit has that split upper lip we can see when it feeds. And the rabbit retaliated by scratching the moon, which is why we have all these craters on the moon. And eventually the moon, being the moon, decided that enough was enough and took the hare and placed it on the face of the moon so that it would never forget this very important message that it failed to pass on. And the moon in a lot of traditional African cultures has always been associated with reincarnation because of the way that it moves through the phases. And there are even stories in Bushman culture where when Bushmen were out hunting, if they shot a kudu or an antelope with their poison arrow tips, it was forbidden to look, or certainly ill-advised to look at the moon after the arrow had penetrated the skin, just in case that the moon's regenerative or reincarnative properties would be transferred to the animal and the poison would be ineffectual. Very, very cool. Still Zoe's, and I think we're going to start heading on back towards camp. Sinek, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed my story. I'm sorry the radio sort of blared out just as it was reaching its crescendo there. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that I really love about astronomy. The science is fascinating, and what happens in stars, and all the nuclear reactions, and the creation of elements, and so on and so forth. But for me, the most interesting thing is all of the lovely cultural stories, not just from Africa and Bushman tales and Zulu and Xhosa tradition, but all the way from Greek to Roman to North American to Aboriginal stories. There are so many of them, and it's such a shame that the stars don't translate well to camera. Otherwise, I would love to regale you with some more of them and point out some of the constellations to you. But yes, it's a wonderful mechanism for guides to connect with their guests and just to bring another element of the ecosystem and the universe, not just the ecosystem, into our discussions. A very powerful way of doing it. Okay, but I think we need to slowly start heading back as we are getting 20 past 7. And who knows what we might bump into on the way back. So I'm still hoping for a porcupine, perhaps, or a honey badger or a civet. And who knows what we're going to get. Oh, and I've still got my scorpion torch. So I'm still looking for a scorpion for you guys. Margie, I love that comment. That's my favourite comment of the afternoon. Despite all the other wonderful comments we've had, that it's brought you closer to the natural world, I really hope so. There are so many facets, so many aspects, and from a personal level, I think the stars, stargazing, the whole idea of astronomy and culture is an underutilised resource for us guides out here when we're sharing guests around. In fact, I call astronomy the ultimate connection to nature. That's the way I look at it. Ooh, sorry, I'm just blinded an impala. Sorry, impala. So I'm very happy to hear you say that. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you've enjoyed the whole drive. We're very close to Buatela access now. Just have a look, maybe we bump into something. Haven't heard any lions calling all day today, but I'm very happy Tessa's got you a leopard this afternoon, and you've got 2 leopards this morning. And after the wonderful chaos of yesterday, I think we can't really complain. And there's always tomorrow. See a little southern white-faced Scops owl last night after we'd closed the show. I think he was somewhere in this area, so I'm going to be keeping a good lookout for him. He's one of my favourites. He's got these massive sort of orange eyes, which translates really well. And say, I'm still on the hunt for a scorpion torch in one hand, spotlight in the other.
I don't know what is going on right now. We've got a small predator still awake, a chameleon, very happily curled up on the branch. But in the background, I'll point it out when it starts again, we've got hyenas and lions calling, and they're getting closer. Everything seems to be happening, but while we wait for them to start calling again, I'll point them out as soon as they do. Let's have a listen. The anticipation is killing me to know where these lions are. They're getting closer. It's amazing, all of a sudden, the predator calls have stopped. I can hear frogs, I can hear insects, but I can't hear the lions and hyenas anymore. But I'm telling you, I've got goosebumps. So I'm going to have to try my luck tomorrow morning and see what else we can find, because it seems like all the luck is with us. But I just love the little curly tail. So we've got a lovely little curled up chameleon, and just to catch everybody up, there has been lion and hyena audio getting closer and closer and closer. And I'm wondering what on earth is going on. I think Panda brought all the luck. He had a list of things that he wanted to tick off, trying to see while he was here for the first time, and I'm blown away. I think the only thing he hasn't seen yet is lions. Today he's seen leopards, he's seen wild dogs. In total he's seen 6 or 7 different leopards, individuals, in 2 days. How's that for a start in the low felt in the bush industry? Unbelievable. I am quite sad that, of course, we can't show you the wild dogs at night. We know where they are. They are now sleeping on quarantine at the junction with Vuyatela access. But because they are crepuscular animals, they're active mornings and evenings. They sleep during the night and during the day. Because they are crepuscular, we don't want to disturb them at night because us being there can be a risk to the wild dogs. The hyenas are intelligent enough to know to follow the vehicles if we stick around an area for a while. And so it is a bit of a risk for us to be with wild dogs at night. We could expose them to other predators and all sorts of things like that by hanging around. So we don't want to influence them at night. We only really want to view mostly nocturnal things at night, even with the infrared. Of course, with herbivores, it's nice to have a nice close look, like with this chameleon, although it is a predator. It is nice, even with elephants, to use the infrared at night. But it's quite a different situation to something sensitive like the wild dogs. But anyway, at least we know where we are. We had a very brief glimpse of them in the road. They are now sleeping in the long grass. We have left them there. And of course, you can imagine that is going to be the first thing one of us does tomorrow morning, is try and find those wild dogs at the break of dawn. I just want to have another listen in case we can hear anybody calling again. Kimberly, thank you so much. Panda's head. Oh. Listen to the hyenas. I'm telling you, they've followed the wild dogs and now they're in a bit of an interaction. That hyena's in a tight corner. Absolutely. I think an elephant just discovered the wild dogs. How crazy is that sound? Sorry. Yes, absolutely brilliant drive today. Panda had the biggest smile on his face the whole day. He was an absolute charm. And we had an amazing drive. I can't believe what's happening right now. I think it's just overwhelming. And I can't believe the day that we've had with the cotton candy clouds and chameleons, langa, of course the hyenas as well. And definitely bumping into wild dogs right at the end. I think it's been absolutely fabulous. And I don't think we could really ask for any better than what we got today. I'm very happy everyone enjoyed it. It was a pleasure having you with us. And we are looking forward to tomorrow morning. Myself and I think Kelly are going to have a great time out here tomorrow morning doing what we can. So please join us. Have a lovely evening wherever you are in the world. And if it's morning, good morning. I hope you have a lovely day. And hopefully we can start the day tomorrow morning with our wild dogs. But thank you for an epic adventure and wish us luck for tomorrow morning.